Goddesses in Every Woman, a workshop led by Dr. Jean Shinoda Bolen for the C.G. Jung Institute of Chicago.
Please join with me in welcoming Dr. Bolen.
Thank you. As I've been signing people's books, I've been aware that many of you have read Goddesses in Every Woman, and it therefore is my pleasure to sort of talk about old friends with you and to introduce new goddesses to those who have not become acquainted. And one of the fascinating things about goddesses is that because they are truly archetypes or patterns in the human psyche, there is a recognition factor that comes in when you start being introduced to the goddesses. You get a sense of, I know her in myself, or I know her in my mother, or I know her in my wife, or I know her in my best friend. The various goddesses become clothed in human form. And I find it fascinating that the more I personally delve into the goddesses, even after having written the book, I keep coming back and looking at it at a slightly different angle. And I hear from women how they experience the various goddesses in them. So that what I am talking about is something of the pattern. The individual variations are very, very rich. And there is a way in which you understand how you manifest that particular goddess in your own particular way that's fun to know about. There is, I think, something of primary importance in learning about the goddesses, not only to know more about yourself or about significant women in your lives, but to know that it is that archetypal depth level that gives what you do meaning. So that if you live out a role because other people want you to, or because now is a time when the culture says this particular goddess value is valued, and that archetypal pattern is not deeply embedded and alive in your own psyche, then you go through the motions of living a role without the depth of meaning that having that archetype as a strong part of yourself provides. So that my feelings are that in learning more about what goddesses are active and what goddesses in a particular woman give life meaning, give life problems, give life direction, you learn how to delve into and have something to say about sort of a natural instinctual force that's otherwise acting in you. My background and interest in this whole area is what I call a mixture of feminist and Jungian, in that I'm one of the non-introverted Jungians in this world, I suppose. And so I've always had a kind of activist side as well as a Jungian analyst side, and that combination serves to make me aware of what is happening outside as well as inside. And the whole way in which I have ended up developing an archetypal psychology of women, which differs from the standard Jungian description of women, comes from the teaching and experience that I've had because I was born at a particular time, entered my training at a particular time, and was influenced by the time, so to speak. My residency at Langley Porter at University of California at San Francisco began in 1963 and spanned from 63 to 66. In 1963, there were two major events that happened in this culture. One, Betty Friedan's book, The Feminine Mystique, was published, and it activated feelings in a great number of women who had been dissatisfied living out the great American feminine mystique dream. And it's like she touched a chord and expressed it, and she called it the problem with no name. She looked at a generation of women, of which she was a part, that had bought the whole idea that fulfillment through being someone's wife and mother would really make life fulfilling. And for her, as well as a number of other women in this culture, that was not so. At that time in my life, we called these women, in a depreciatory way, women who were suffering from the suburban housewife syndrome. That there they were out in suburbia. They had the split-level house. They had the husband. They had the kids. They had everything that they needed to be happy, and they weren't. And so I remember when I was considering where I would practice, and one of my possibilities was where I lived, which is in Marin County, which is quite suburban in its way, in laid-back Northern California way it's suburban, or practicing in the city of San Francisco. And I remember people saying, you don't want to go out and practice in Marin. All you'll see are these complaining rich suburban wives who have nothing better to do than come and complain. Well, what Betty Friedan described was far more than that. It was a culture that said every woman could be fulfilled by a particular pattern of living for others or living through one significant relationship. And it was, in fact, a marvelous time for women for whom that is true. That the feminine mystique was a bad thing for women that did not have strong archetypes that had to do with the wife or marriage, which means that they did not have much Hera in them, or they did not have much basic instinctual mothering archetypally, which is the archetype of Demeter. For those women who had more of the independent, autonomous sides of themselves, who were more involved with a passion for exploration, for education, for self-actualization in the world, well, these women who were at a cultural time when that was not what women were supposed to do suffered because they tried on the role of wife and mother, and those were not strong archetypes in them. But it was a wonderful time if those archetypes were true. Then comes the 1970s with, well, let's say first of all that it wasn't just in 63. First there was Betty Friedan's book, The Feminine Mystique. And then there was JFK's Commission on the Status of Women that described the unfairness of a workforce that paid women less for doing the same jobs that men did and denied women access to a whole range of advancement or entry even into many areas. And those two documents started the women's movement. Betty Friedan's book, The Feminine Mystique, led to the women's liberation movement and fed into what evolved from the reaction to the Commission on the Status of Women report, which was the women's movement. And both joined forces as the 60s progressed, so that by the 1970s, this was the major social movement of our time. But back in 63, when I was a resident and this was first beginning, things were very much the way they had been, so that I was often the only woman in any seminar that I took. And I remember listening to the psychology of women taught over and over by male experts on women. And the expert opinion, which is psychoanalytic, was that every woman suffered from penis envy. And if you complained about that, then it was evidence that you suffered from a masculinity complex. So you didn't have much choice. And what happened is that women were primarily quiet, which I was. And then graduating out of my residency in 66, with the beginnings of the women's movement, I found that as the 70s approached that I was asked to teach the psychology of women, that the male experts on women were getting shy about standing up and saying they were experts on women. And so women were asked to teach more and more about women's psychology, and that's how I first began. And I had been trained in a primarily psychoanalytically oriented residency, but I had been exposed to Jungian ideas and Jungian analysts. It's one of the few places in the country where this was so in residency, but Dr. Joseph Wheelwright, who some of you have heard speak here, was teaching a seminar on Jung in the basement of Langley Porter. And there were a number of clinical faculty members that I happened to get in as a sort of a synchronistic or a serendipitous sort of luck. And so I had 3 Jungian analysts for clinical supervision in the course of my training, as well as a seminar on Jung. And I was attracted to Jung and Jungian ideas because, well, for one thing, just having one myth, the Oedipus myth, was boring when there are so many. And more than that, the Jungian psychology is the only psychology, the only depth psychology that assumes that the spiritual aspect of the person is important. And it was my intuition that there was a great deal of depth to Jungian psychology. And so when I graduated in '66, I entered the Jungian Institute, not because I wanted to be a Jungian analyst, because I did not know whether I did or not, but that was where I could learn more about Jungian ideas. And at that time, the myth of Amor and Psyche that Erich Neumann elaborated upon was the psychology of the feminine, or the psychology that was applied to women. And I began teaching on the psychology of women using Erich Neumann's myth, and then I found myself elaborating more on the interpretation of that particular myth. And then I find myself feeling that, yes, this myth applied to a lot of women, but I knew in particular it did not apply to me. That every time I got a new challenge, I did not feel like throwing myself into the nearest river and giving up. That I had much a different attitude. That my attitude was to accept the challenge. And somehow it didn't fit into that myth at all. And so I began looking around for another myth that would help explain not only myself, but a lot of women like me, who were not like Psyche, but much more like what I found in the myth of Atalanta, that was a heroine in a myth who represented a woman who was very much like Artemis, the goddess of the hunted moon, and the woman who accepts challenges and aims for targets and things like that. And so I began to teach these two myths as psychological pathways for women's development. And that was the book I was going to write about, as a matter of fact. And I started out with that as the book outline for what later has become Goddesses in Every Woman. But then what happened to me is, as I got more into these two myths, there were only two goddesses involved. In the myth of Amor and Psyche, Psyche is a human woman who must confront and grow away from the archetype of Aphrodite. And then in the Atalanta myth, the equivalent was so, that the human woman represented Artemis. Well, those were only two goddesses. And I became much more fascinated with a range of goddesses. And as people started, and one of the things about becoming interested in things is that the myth comes alive when you see human people, human women, starting to embody them. And I found this was true in my practice. And so the breadth of my interest increased from those two myths and those two goddesses to what has turned out to be 7 goddess patterns that are represented in Goddesses in Every Woman. And I might add parenthetically that there is one goddess that is not in this book, that when I've lived about 60 more years I will probably write about her, and that's Hecate, or Hecate, the crone, the goddess of the crossroads, that I felt when I read this book, when I wrote this book, that I needed to live more before I could write more about that particular goddess. Because in writing about Goddesses in Every Woman, there were several sources. One was a mythology. 2 was the embodiments of the mythology as appeared in my office among my friends, among the women that I knew. And then for each one, it was knowing what the goddess was like in myself. And in an earlier version of the book, each of the chapters on the goddesses was written in a slightly different style, in that it seemed as I got into it, I would write a chapter in the style of that particular goddess, so that Athene, who was the goddess of wisdom and was a logical thinking, was a very well-structured, logical chapter, and Persephone, who's sort of willowy and wishy-washy, was sort of that way, and Aphrodite was full of affect and things like that. And it lacked a certain consistency and a few other things, but it is a way. I mean, I think that as the women in this audience think about the various goddesses, there becomes an awareness of certain goddesses that you know very well, and ones that I hardly have to describe without you just sort of falling into the awareness of, yes, I know that one. And there are other ones that you find are kind of strangers, that you don't know very well, and that you either realize that it would be valuable to know, Or you just might keep it in the back of your mind that it may yet be a goddess that will emerge as life goes on, because that seems to happen to women too. Anyway, given that I came into developing a psychology of women at the particular time I did, I then developed ideas, taught about the psychology of women, and then became active myself in the women's movement as an activist, and led founded an organization called Psychiatrists for the Equal Rights Amendment within the American Psychiatric Association when psychiatry was unwilling to support the Equal Rights Amendment. And given that in order to have one's full potential develop, you have to have an opportunity to embody it or do it in the world, it seemed to me that it was a mental health issue, whether there were such a thing as an Equal Rights Amendment. And when my colleagues in the APA would not really get behind that, a number of us began this organization, and in the process of that and of leading a boycott of the annual meeting in a non-ratified state, I became an activist and carried a picket for the first time. We picketed at our own organization in San Francisco. And since I had been in medical school and quite quiet during the 60s when other people carried pickets and various things, I had a real sense of the ritual and the empowerment of doing just that kind of thing. And it was at that time, not knowing Gloria Steinem, that I called and asked for her help, and I invited her to come and be the featured speaker at a major address that I was organizing, an unofficial lecture during that particular American Psychiatric Association meeting. And that's how I first got to know Gloria Steinem. And I found her to be truly an archetypal big sister, in that she reaches out and truly helps other women who are struggling. And she's also a very charming person, and as I describe her, she embodies for this culture personifies Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and moon, who is the archetype of the women's movement. But she, like all of us, may appear to be just one goddess, but there are a number of other goddesses present, and she would describe herself as an Artemis and a Persephone and an Aphrodite and an Athene, I think. Those are her major active goddesses. Anyway, this forms the background of why I then come into the parallel kind of thing of being. See, from 66 on, I also entered the training program at the Jungian Institute, and so I was simultaneously training and doing Jungian analysis as the women's movement affected me. So those two parallel strains, one introverted, one extroverted, one psychological, analytical, and the other political, developed over these years, and the Goddesses in Every Woman is consequently a binocular vision of women that takes both the inner and the outer into consideration. And it does matter what the culture is doing, because the culture will reward or repress what is archetypally there in women, and what is archetypally there is there anyway. So that it's helpful to know what is active inside and what is being supported or denied in one's particular culture, overall American or particular family. The contributions to Jungian thought are several. One is that Jung's view of women was that we all had a feminine ego, which meant that we all by nature were nurturing, receptive, diffuse in our consciousness, and that if we thought well, were interested in challenges, or our spiritual side were developed, it was our animus that was doing it for us. And so there was a sense that there was just this one model for women, and I think every psychology, except an archetypal one, assumes that, whether it be the Cinderella complex or Freudian theory or Jungian theory or whatever. There tends to be like one model, and everybody else is weird. And if you use archetypes as a basis for psychology, you don't have that. You begin to realize that there is a diversity of what is normal in women, and that diversity makes one woman different from another and quite normal to be that. And the archetypal way of looking at women's psychology also explains the diversity and conflict within women as well. So there's a richness that I found in the archetypes that broadens the notion of what women can be like or what women are like. Anyway, that's one of the contributions to Jungian thought, because it will, and as I develop the vulnerable goddesses in Aphrodite, you'll realize that the standard Jungian model fits those categories of women, but it does not fit the women that are predominantly in the mode of the virgin autonomous goddesses. Then there was another area in which I found that there was a conflict in Jungian theory. I mean, Jungian psychological type theory and anima-animus theory are different. In typology, you can be a thinking type woman, and that is your superior function. But in feminine ego animus theory, you can't. It's like the thinking is done by your animus, and so that contradiction is cleared up by an archetypal approach to the psychology of women. Anyway, to get back to introducing the goddesses themselves, I place them in three categories: the virgin goddesses, the vulnerable goddesses, and the alchemical goddess. The first category, the virgin goddesses, were named by the Greeks themselves, and this was Artemis, Athene, and Hestia. The vulnerable goddesses and the alchemical goddess Aphrodite were categories that I named myself because they had major different characteristics. And one of the major different characteristics was that the virgin goddesses had a quality of consciousness that differed from the other two. And that if you are predominantly a virgin goddess, one of the things that you do is you have a capacity to focus on what matters to you. And it's very much like what Irene Claremont de Castillejo in her book, who's a Jungian analyst, in her book Knowing Woman, described that there were two kinds of consciousness: a focused consciousness that she considered mostly masculine or animus, that had the capacity to focus on something, and then a diffuse awareness that she identified primarily with women, or the feminine, that was a relationship-oriented kind of consciousness. And then I found, and I will go into it more when I talk about Aphrodite, that there was a third kind of consciousness that was neither. Anyway, the virgin goddesses start out, like to start out with Artemis, who was the goddess of the hunt and moon. And she was a goddess as the hunter with a bow and arrow who has the ability to aim for anything and hit it. So that there's a quality metaphorically of her ability to focus on goals of her own and to go for it. There's also in her aspect of goddess of the hunt and goddess of the moon the going off the beaten track into the wilderness, that she doesn't, she is an explorer by nature. And her mythology begins with her birth and begins with a pregnant mother, Leto, who was wandering from place to place as it became time for her to deliver her children, because she was pregnant with twins, Apollo and Artemis. And wherever she went, she was turned away, because the father of these twins was Zeus. And Zeus's wife, Hera, in her most negative aspect, was vindictive, jealous, and punitive. And Hera, in her negative aspect, had done things like wipe out the entire population of an island called Aegina because Zeus had become enamored with a girl named Aegina. She had, in the past, driven the foster parents of Heracles mad in an effort to destroy him. So, you know, you didn't mess with Hera when Hera was out to get the other woman, and this was the negative side of Hera. So wherever Leto went, regardless of the sympathy she created in people, they said, no, go somewhere else. So she wandered from place to place, and nobody would take her in, until finally she ended up on this barren island called Ortega that was a floating island, which later became known as Delos. And there she went into labor. And Hera had laid down a curse that she was not supposed to give birth. Leto was not supposed to give birth anywhere where the sun shone. And so Poseidon, in order to help Leto but not defy Hera, caused a large continuous wave to go up over the island, under which Artemis was born. And Artemis's delivery was easy. In fact, there's something that is not obstetrically true about mythology in this case, because usually twins are born very easily, and the second twin, because they're small, and the second twin comes out a lot faster than the first one, who had to sort of pave the way. But not in this case. Artemis was born, and given that she was a goddess, from the moment she was born, she could function. And so from the moment she was born, she then aided her mother. And one of her attributes is as a goddess that women in labor pray to for help in childbirth, because she became known also as one of her minor functions was the goddess who helped in childbirth. Anyway, she was midwife to her mother. And what she saw in being born was the most atrocious labor in mythological history, because Leto was hung up in a 9-day and night labor. And finally, with Artemis's help, Apollo was born. And the next time we hear about Artemis was when she was 3. And at 3, in this beautiful hymn by Callimachus, Artemis is described as being brought by Leto to meet her father Zeus and her royal relatives on Olympus for the first time. And there's this wonderful image of a 3-year-old little Artemis sitting on her father's knee, and Zeus is just beaming at his little daughter and saying, in effect, when I have little daughters like you, it's worth all of Hera's wrath. And then, as a really good daddy, he says to Artemis, what would you like? Anything you would like, I'll give to you. And Artemis, being Artemis, has a mind of her own. And you see this in little girls of 3 who are like Artemis. They aren't just sort of waiting around for mother to decide what they should do. They have a distinct, stubborn mind of their own, and they know what they want. And this little Artemis certainly did. So she ticked off her list. She told her daddy Zeus she wanted a bow and arrow, she wanted hounds to hunt with, she wanted nymphs as companions, she wanted a tunic instead of a frilly goddess gown, and she wanted to choose them herself. And then she added for good measure that she wanted eternal chastity. And this could have been because the first event in her life was watching the worst labor in history. At any rate, Zeus gave her all of that. And then, impatient, she then went down to the Cyclops and got her silver bow and arrow, and she went to her cousin Pan and chose her hounds, and she went to the woods and the mountains and the forests, and she chose the nymphs that she wanted as companions. And then by the end of the day, when she had everything together, it was getting dark, and impatient, she wanted to use all of her new stuff, and so she hunted by torchlight that first night. And in many of her statues you then see the goddess Artemis or Diana with torches, as well as with an image of the moon, as well as the stag and the quail and the wild animals, which were her symbols. This impatience, this quick-to-actness, is one of the potentially negative parts of Artemis, because every one of these archetypes have both their goddess-given gifts. If they're strong, then they bring with it certain abilities. Certainly with Artemis, the capacity to aim for one's targets, to explore, to be active, to know what you want to do. All of those strengths are part of the Artemis archetype. But there's the dark side or the shadow side to most of these goddesses. And certainly this passionate, quick-to-act element is true. It comes up in a couple of her myths. In one of her myths, a foolish, stupid woman named Niobe challenged Leto and put her down. Said to Leto, you think you're hot stuff because you have Apollo and Artemis. Look at me. I have 6 beautiful daughters and 6 handsome sons. And Leto, outraged at the insult, called on her 2 Olympian children to avenge her. And Apollo killed all 6 of the sons, and Artemis killed all 6 of the daughters, and Niobe was turned into a weeping pillar of salt. So this quick-to-act retribution, a mercilessness, is one of the potential negative sides of Artemis. Actaeon the hunter discovered this side of her all too well. Actaeon was in the woods with his hounds hunting, and he stumbled across a hidden glade in which there was a pool where Artemis and her nymphs were bathing. And not realizing that gawking at Artemis or gawking at a goddess was a capital offense, he did just that. He saw her, he stared at her, he intruded on her space, and the nymphs tried to shield her, but she was known as the tallest of the goddesses, so there was no way to shield her. And as Actaeon stared disrespectfully, intrusively on the scene, Artemis put her hands in the water and sprinkled water in his face, and he was transformed from a man into a stag. And now his own hounds, no longer recognizing a master but seeing the hunted, went for him. And Actaeon, in fear for his life, then raced away as a stag with his own hounds at his heels, and the stag was brought down by the hounds and torn to pieces. Now this experience, metaphorically, is what many men felt happened to them at the beginning of consciousness-raising groups. When men, doing what they just normally did, blundered into chauvinistic patterns, and found that women now were oppressed and incensed, that they would think they had the right to do that. And suddenly there was this being torn limb from limb, as the hostility of a raised consciousness then was, and a consciousness that was aware that the culture had been oppressive, now zeroed in on one man, say, who represented that. And so this vindictive aspect, this capacity to be destructive in the name of equal rights or feminism, was certainly part of the negative side of the women's movement, as and this side of Artemis. I know in some of the earlier women's conferences and things, there was this sort of "how pure a feminist are you" business, and women would trash each other from the same point of view. And for any shadow side of any of these goddesses, the requirement really is that the human woman confront and become aware of what is negative and shadowy in herself, and really be willing to kill it off. Otherwise, it takes her over, and she acts from that place and can do quite destructive things to her relationship and become less than she could be. Women whose hostile side was being evoked in the women's movement, for example, would often have dreams that animals were attacking them. And it was as if a hostile element in them was being damaging to them. They didn't often appreciate that before the dream, because it would seem like in their righteousness, which an Artemis woman has, because she's often rather passionate in her feelings, she would see the other people being the bad guys in the story, but in that she was being changed by her hostility into a hostile person, she was being damaged. And that's the insight that says, I must confront that, is what helps a woman to retain the very positive sides of an archetype, but confront the negative ones. And there's this, in the myth of Atalanta, the equivalent of this confrontation occurred when she stood up to the Calydon boar. The Calydon boar was created by Artemis when she was slighted out of the muck of a river, and what she did was create this boar that was about the size of a rhinoceros, and it tore up the countryside and trashed things and people. And finally, there was this massive hunt of the Calydon boar that Bulfinch spends many pages on, because in part the men who came to hunt that boar later were Argonauts or later were heroes in the Trojan War. But at any rate, Atalanta, who was a human woman who resembled Artemis, confronted this boar, because the boar was rather canny in his way of dealing with the hunt, in that he or she or it was in a protected place where the hunters had to approach it 2 by 2 or one at a time, and it managed to kill a number of brave hunters. And then there's this image finally of Atalanta, who is standing there with a spear in her hand, and here comes this boar charging at her, and she holds her ground, sees it coming, and then throws a spear into the only vulnerable place in its hide, which was through its eye, and strikes the first of 2 blows that would bring it down. And then later, the hide, which was stronger than any armor and yet supple, was given to her as a trophy. And in some ways, there is some truth always to when you confront a shadow aspect of yourself and kill it off, there is a transformational change. Some new ability often occurs through that act. And in the myth, there was a invincibility that occurred through slaying that Calydon boar. So this is Artemis. The strengths are evident in 2 aspects. One that I've mentioned, the capacity to focus on a goal. The other is that she is very clearly the archetype of the women's movement, in that she is the archetypal sister. And to have a sense of sisterhood with other women, to have the capacity to bond with women in best friendships, there really does seem to need to be a degree of Artemis in that woman's psyche. Artemis is also an independent competitor that I think is developing or being encouraged a lot now, not only because of the women's movement in the business world, but I think about when my daughter entered Brownies, the motto was, a brownie can do anything. And then she went out for soccer because all of her friends were, and this competitive side that only boys had developed before is now being offered really to little girls. And so the Artemis archetype is being supported. And most of these goddesses can be further developed if you consciously want to. How much depends a lot on what's there. I mean, all the archetypes are like innate human abilities, but they are distributed from birth differently in the population. It's like any other human ability, like a musical ability. I mean, basically as human beings, we all have some basic musical aptitude, but some people have a lot of it, perfect pitch, the capacity to compose, to hear music in their heads. Other people like me have a fairly tin ear. And yes, it can improve with study, and my appreciation of music grows as I get exposed to it, but it will never be as strong as someone who is innately musical in the first place. And this is true of archetypes too, that certain ones are just there, built in at the factory, stronger, and other ones can be developed when the family and when the culture encourage its development. So that, for example, if you want more of Artemis, signing up for Outward Bound would help as you go into the wilderness and have to count on your autonomy and things like that. Well, Artemis was clearly part of almost all of the women that supported the Equal Rights Amendment and the women's movement. And it was in my support for this that I began to appreciate the differences between women. In my profession, I found that though there were a number of women who naturally fell into what would be like an old girls network, and naturally supported and had an empathy for women who were less privileged than we, there were other women professionals who looked just like us, had the same education, the same experience, one would think, and I would be speaking for the ERA, and there would be my colleague over there saying, I am a woman and I'm against the ERA. And as an Artemis, my first reaction was to want to wipe her out. But my second reaction, which came with time, when women that I knew quite well and cared about took that same role. And there was a woman in the Jungian Institute who did when this issue came before the Jungian Institute in San Francisco. And it made me think, why was I taking this position and why was she taking that position? And when I could realize it was because I resembled Artemis and she resembled Athena, the father's daughter, I had an understanding of why we were on different sides of this particular issue naturally. And it did not make me any better a person, though sometimes I think so, to support the ERA with her support, because her experience is different. The archetype is different, and the archetype helps shape experience. Because if you are Athena in configuration, and Athena was the second of these virgin goddesses, and she was the goddess of wisdom and handicrafts. And as a goddess of wisdom, she was not wisdom as in the wise old woman wisdom. She was more the wisdom as far as the strategist goes. So she had the wisdom of a general or a Greek shipping magnate. And she pays attention to the bottom line. It's that kind of smarts that Athena had. And it was an equivalent kind of real ability that entered into her as goddess of handicrafts. Because she was a goddess who was part of crafts that were both aesthetic and useful. And her major identification was with weavers. And when you think about what it takes to weave a tapestry, that you have to have an idea ahead of time as to what you want to represent, what you want to happen, what you want to represent on that tapestry. And then you don't splash paint all over it and react emotionally like an abstract expressionist might do. Rather, you think ahead, you design the pattern, and then you line by line know what colors you were going to use in what sequence. And then you have the patience to do that, to line by line develop a tapestry and watch it happen. Well, that takes a certain kind of strategy, a certain kind of patience, a certain kind of ability to, again, to conceptualize something and follow through with the details that it would take to make it happen. And this is a real strength of Athena. Athena is a marvelous organizer. My Athena got developed, as most of yours might have if it were not your major strong suit, through the education process. And when you have to be organized in writing a paper, you have to invite a certain Athena mind to do that. And therefore, education is a prime need for Athena women to develop into their full potential. If you belong to a culture where education and access to professions are denied you just because you're a woman, then that natural ability will not get developed. So here is Athena, whose capacity as a strategist made her the deity that you wanted on your side if you went into battle. And it delighted me to think that of all of the gods or goddesses on Olympus, that the one that represented the best thinking capacity was a woman, a beautiful, strong woman named Athena, especially when there were people like that man, Dr. Berman, who talked about raging hormones in women and why women shouldn't be leaders. You know, it's true that some women are very much affected by their hormones and very much affected by their relationships and probably would make terrible world leaders, but that doesn't apply to all women. I mean, the women like Margaret Thatcher, for example, have a very good grasp on seeing reality and doing what she needs to do, and I don't imagine that she gets wiped out once a month and dysfunctional. So that it depends on what type of woman you are. And certainly an Athena woman, great strength is that she doesn't lose her head in emotions of the heart or in rages. She has an evenness, a capacity for the golden mean. That was the ideal of the city of Athens, which was her namesake city. Athena also had an interesting birth, and hers was most dramatic as well. Her birth began with Zeus's having a terrible headache, and this headache was the equivalent of labor pains, and it was terrible. And finally, he asked Hephaestus, the god of the forge, to do a cesarean section of sorts, and hit him in the head with an axe, which helped pave the way for the emergence of Athena. And in the hymn to Athena, there is the emergence of Athena from the forehead of her father Zeus. And she came out of his head as a full-grown woman, dressed in golden armor, with a spear in one hand, emitting a mighty war cry, and she landed solidly on Olympus, and the earth shook, and the seas roared, and there was Athena. And from the moment she was born, she was her father's right-hand woman, so to speak. She was the only deity that he trusted with his symbols of power. And she was, from the very beginning, like many Athena women are, easily in the company of powerful men, easily feeling collegial with peers in professions, and truly, as an Athena woman, the sense of having been oppressed is a foreign experience often, so that when an Athena woman speaks as she does, it is often very much from, one, her own experience, and two, because she has not bonded with women, and so doesn't identify with women as a whole. At any rate, one reason for this is a denial and out-of-touchness with her own origins. In the case of the goddess herself, she maintained in her mythology that she only had one parent, Zeus, that she had no mother. In actuality, she had a mother, but she had no memory of that mother. Her mother was Metis, an early goddess of wisdom, a goddess that preceded the Olympians and the first consort of Zeus. And Zeus was afraid of who Metis would bear, because it had been predicted that Metis would have two children. One, a daughter that had, with the courage of any man, with a foresight and ability equivalent to Zeus, and a son who would come to rule gods and men. And in one definition, it was a son with an all-conquering heart that would come to rule gods and men. At any rate, Zeus was afraid of being supplanted. And so when Metis was pregnant, not knowing whether she was carrying the boy, the predicted boy, or the predicted girl, he tricked her into becoming small, and he swallowed her. And therefore Metis, representing probably the matriarchy as well, was swallowed up by the patriarchy. And inside of Zeus was born Athena. And Athena grew inside of Zeus and then emerged as a full-grown woman with no memory of her mother. And there's a fascinating correlation between women who rise up the corporate ladder and they're forgetting their mother's influence in modern, contemporary women. There's a book called The Managerial Woman that describes in depth 25 women who are at the division president or corporate vice president levels in Fortune 500 companies. And what was fascinating about the study was how closely it paralleled an Athena myth, in that the father was the dominant parent that the daughter identified with, and incidentally the daughter was always the only child or the oldest of daughters. And the father invested a great deal in her and supported her in untraditionally feminine pursuits and sponsored her, so to speak, mentored her. And in this case, all of them had mothers in their, when they did depth interviews, they would remember in great detail what they did with their fathers and be able to tell a lot to the interviewer of the father's personality, accomplishments, etc. And uniformly, when it came to describing their mothers, they were vague. They would say generalities about the mother. It's as if the mother's personality had made no impact on the daughter. And interestingly enough, of the 25 mothers, all 25 had educations equal to, and some had educations greater than the father's. And yet, with the exception of one that was a teacher, none of them worked. And so they had all subordinated themselves. They were swallowed up, indeed. Their personalities, their abilities had been swallowed up, one would say, in that particular configuration of the powerful corporate father and the traditional wife and the daughter who comes along, probably with an archetypal pattern much like the father's, as a thinking type woman, much more akin to the father, and then giving as her history, in a sense, the sense of having only one significant parent. Anyway, that was Athena's beginnings, and in her mythology, it's all concerned, with one exception, with supporting heroes. She stood behind Achilles when in the Trojan War. She helped Jason steal the golden fleece. She helped Perseus kill the Gorgon Medusa. She helped Odysseus get home after the Trojan War was over. Time and time again, this was a goddess who had her chosen heroes that she supported. There's one myth that involved a woman, and this was the myth of Arachne. Arachne was a weaver whose work was so beautiful that it was compared with the divine, and she challenged Athena to a weaving contest. Now, many gods or goddesses, on being challenged by a mere mortal to anything, would have struck that mortal dead on the spot. But Athena has this rational side. She doesn't get caught up in a lot of vindictiveness and stuff. And so she entered the competition in good spirits. And they both created beautiful tapestries. And Athena, in effect, went over to look at Arachne's work and admired her work. And then when she realized what the theme of her tapestry was, she got incensed. Because there, for the world to see, in all of the panels on this tapestry, were all of the amours of Father Zeus. And given that she's a father's daughter who felt that this mere mortal had done this, she lost her head for probably the only time in her mythology and caused that woman to hang herself. And then, true to Athena, there are second thoughts and moderation. She decided that she would not allow the woman to die. Instead, she turned her into a spider. And the spider, the class of spiders, the arachnid class, come from Arachne, the girl's name. And this is also one of the experiences that many feminists have with Athena women, that they may attack a great man for sleeping with his patients, harassing his students sexually, or some offense. And it isn't that the Athena woman denies the reality of what happened. She thinks it's inconsequential, and that mere woman has no right to drag that great man's name and reputation into the issue of it. And so often she will take a stand on the side of the man. In Athena's story, she not only metaphorically did this, she was also noted to have cast the deciding vote for the patriarchy in the first example of a courtroom scene in Western literature. And this was the time in which Orestes was being tried for the murder of his mother Clytemnestra. And this was the culmination of this horrible family story that began with Agamemnon being the leader of the Greek forces that was going to go to Troy, and there wasn't any wind, and so he was willing to sacrifice his daughter Iphigenia for fair winds. And that trick, in tricking Iphigenia, his daughter, and Clytemnestra, his wife, into thinking that she was being brought there to marry Achilles, not to be killed, turned Clytemnestra against Agamemnon. And then Agamemnon goes off to war. Clytemnestra takes a lover and is bitter toward Agamemnon. Agamemnon, 10 years later, returns from the Trojan War, successful general, and is murdered by his wife Clytemnestra. And then their son Orestes avenges the father's death by murdering the mother. And so finally we have Orestes being tried before the citizens of Athens, being defended by Apollo, and the Furies, representing the matriarchal period, feeling that matricide was the most heinous of crimes, was demanding his life. And in this scene, Apollo, arguing for Orestes' life, points out that one does not even need a mother. Look at Athena. She didn't have to even have a mother. and how much worse it was to murder a general than a mother. And the Furies, representing the matriarchy, spoke about how this was the most heinous of crimes, and the citizens on the jury split, and Athena, demanding her right, or exercising her right as a patron goddess of Athens, then cast a deciding vote on the side of the patriarchy and freed Orestes. And so Athena has had this father's-daughter identification with the patriarchy at one level. At another level, she represents the woman who values logos, values thinking over other ways of viewing the world. And as a woman, she is often quite fair, quite logical, quite thinking in her orientation, and as a result, she often suffers because she misses what is truly significant to other people. And often this is responsible for why she hasn't any women friends, because back in adolescence, when women first bond with one another by sharing what truly matters to them emotionally, whether it be a great love, a first love, or whether it be a mystical experience or a religious crisis, or a belief in the miraculous, or something irrational, is usually what is stirred up in puberty and is shared with one's best friend. But if one's best friend turns out to be an Athena, she may view whatever the friend brings up as being silly, as being ridiculous, that there isn't any such thing as ESP, or, why are you mooning over that guy that sits next to me in lab class and is just a big nothing? I mean, there's a way in which the logic of the Athena woman turns her friend away. And from that point on, often Athena women don't have close women friends. That same ability is metaphorically the ability to turn people to stone. And this is one of the goddesses' abilities, because when Perseus went out to kill the Gorgon Medusa, he did so successfully with Athena's help. And he brought the head of the Medusa back to her, and it became the object that she put on her breastplate or on her shield. And the Gorgon Medusa had the ability to turn anyone who stared directly at it to stone. And this is what Athena can do when she is in a position of assessment and power, and when she is just trying to judge fairly the abilities of this other person. When she encounters someone of a different psychological type, she may literally make that person feel mute. I know this has happened within our own institute, where, say, you have a thinking Athena, and along comes a candidate who is a feeling intuitive, who has a real gift maybe for working with people, but she can't explain what she does, and she can't logically present herself well. And here you have an examiner who wants her to bring out and explain on Athena's terms what she does. And sometimes the effect is like feeling turned to stone. It's like feeling there isn't a rapport that would where this that has meaning to me is going to be understood. And so one fumbles and becomes mute and really presents oneself badly. And the Athena woman is not aware that she has something to do with the bad performance. In my office, I know what an Athena woman's problem is when she turns me to stone. When she comes in and she tells me her life story as if she's reporting a report, a chronicle of somebody else's factual life, without the affect, without the emotionality. And suddenly there's nothing in the energy field between us, and I get bored. And then I know what the problem is, that this lack of vitality, this lack of capacity to bond, this lack of emotional closeness is what she really is suffering from. And usually that's so, that she has advanced very well in her chosen work, but somehow her relationship life is way off. For most Athena women, the necessity is to take off an intellectual armor. And one thing about Athena is that she is wearing armor, and she's wearing the aegis that turns people to stone. And it is possible to take it off and to try to develop a more receptive side of herself, a more vulnerable Persephone, perhaps, that will allow her to listen to other people without categorizing, without judging, without defining, but to try to develop a capacity for empathy. And in doing so, it's equivalent of taking the armor off. Other than this kind of negative side, the only other thing is in that she is such a thinking type, pragmatic, do what works sort of archetype or goddess. The other shadow aspect of Athena is a do what works mentality. In her mythology, for example, she devised marvelous strategy, but it was really ethically crummy. In the case of what she did to help Achilles, when Hector was, toward the end of the Trojan War, Hector and Achilles were to meet on a one-on-one combat. And Hector left the walls of Troy to meet Achilles. And he was accompanied, he thought, by his brother, who was carrying extra spears. And so Hector came out with his brother at his side, holding these extra spears, and advanced on Achilles. And he had a spear in one hand and a short sword in the other. And what Hector did was, as Achilles approached, he threw his spear at him and missed, and now he just had a short sword. So he reached over to get another spear, and there was nobody there, because that wasn't his brother. It was Athena, who had taken on the guise of the brother and had tricked Hector into thinking he had some support when he didn't. So here's Hector now, armed only with a short sword, and here comes Achilles with a long spear and a short sword, and he's outweaponed, and Hector was killed by Achilles. Well, it was great strategy, but it really was ethically questionable. And that lack of feeling, because feeling has to do with values. Feeling has to do with, if you're feeling type, you worry about whether it's right or wrong or good or bad. If you operate purely on thinking, you're more likely to wonder whether it will work or not work. And in thinking about who personifies in the public eye some of these attributes, certainly at the highest level it would be somebody like Sandra Day O'Connor, who has the first woman Supreme Court Justice, who has argued with the best of them, has had male colleagues and mentors all along, and who can look at every argument from the standpoint of the argument and not get caught up in the sort of passionateness of the, say, Earl Warren type court that was concerned with social justice. Anyway, Sandra Day O'Connor represents a highly developed Athena woman, I think, and Phyllis Schlafly, who was a Phi Beta Kappa anti-ERA superb organizer, who may have been quite responsible for its defeat at crucial times, was also an archetypally an Athena woman. And Rosemary Woods, whose chosen great man was Richard Nixon. When it came to the erasure of the Watergate tapes, it would have been like an Athena woman to do that, because of course you'd get rid of the evidence. You'd do just what was practical. I don't know if she did, but I'd say it was consistent with an Athena woman to do that. So this is Athena. The great strengths of Athena are her fairness, her capacity to think things through, that she in fact operates in the world like a sensible adult. And she doesn't get carried away. She doesn't get caught up in vendettas or emotional dramas. She really does keep her head clear when other people are losing theirs, and that's the great value of Athena. Athena is required in education all along the way, and often the Athena woman comes to value the element of Artemis in her, sometimes through a historical study of what has happened to women, and a kind of intellectual approach to the issues may be her entry to becoming more woman identified. because there are a number of Athena women who, there are Athena women or women with a strong Athena side who are in the women's movement, but they usually came later, and they came not from feeling but more from thinking to appreciate what was going on here. Now, as you can see, these two goddesses are goddesses that are very good at being in the world, as activists, as corporate people, as what have you. They provide women with that ability to go into the world and be effective. They need to develop their undeveloped side in the areas of vulnerability and relationship. So what is their strong suit is just part of them, and then the woman in whom an archetype lives, become a more full person, has to then develop other aspects of herself. The third of the goddesses in the virgin goddess category seems at first glance to belong with the other two, and yet she was from the beginning of the virgin goddesses. And this was Hestia, goddess of the temple. Hestia's mythology is practically non-existent, because she wasn't interested in war and she wasn't interested in romance, and that pretty much took care of most of Greek mythology. So there isn't much about her. There's a story that both Apollo and Poseidon vied for her hand in marriage, and that she wanted none of it. She did not want to get married, and she wanted and received the right to eternal chastity and the right to receive the first offerings of the home in the temple. In fact, she didn't hang out on Olympus much at all. And though she was one of the 6 original great Olympians, by the time Dionysus came along and clearly seemed to be deserving of a place among the great Olympians, it was Hestia whom he bumped. So originally there were 6 male deities and 6 female deities as the original Olympians, and then with Hestia's sort of being bumped, there ended up with 7 male gods and 5 goddesses as the great Olympian. For Hestia did not stay on Olympus. In fact, she was the one goddess who has no persona. You don't see statues or paintings or images of Hestia at all. Hestia was represented by, or was, the fire at the center of a round hearth. And she lived in houses, making them sacred homes, or she lived in the temples of all the other gods as a sacred fire. And when you think about what image, what symbol she was, the fire that provides illumination and warmth, the center of a round hearth, you have the image of the mandala. And Hestia is an aspect of woman that represents the self, or the archetype of inner focusedness. And her focus is different. Mostly Artemis and Athena focus outward, although Artemis, with her aspect of goddess of the moon, does have an inwardly turning spiritual aspect as well. But it is Hestia whose focus is definitely inward, not achievement-oriented at all. I thought it strange at first that the goddess of the hearth should be a virgin goddess, and yet she does what she does because it pleases her when it is embodied in a woman. She keeps house, she keeps a home because it gives her pleasure to do so. And the Roman word for hearth was focus. And what Hestia represents is an archetype of the hearth keeper and temple keeper. And when this is present, a woman can go about the ordinary tasks of life as if it were meditation. Many of us know something of Hestia when we get frazzled and feel better when we straighten up our closets or straighten up a room. That there's something that orders one's psyche inwardly by straightening things outwardly. But there are many different ways to go about housekeeping, and most of the other goddesses are not pleased to do housekeeping. And Athena may do it very efficiently from an efficient standpoint. Hestia does it with her own sense of time. She isn't being imposed upon by anybody else or by a schedule. Consequently, if she were verbal, she could write a book called Zen and the Art of Housekeeping, for example, because there is something very Zen-like in I think there's hardly a woman who hasn't some glimpse of what that can be like. I have like a glimpse of it, not much more of it. When you create something that is orderly and aesthetic, and there is a sense of bringing order inward and outward. And this is what Hestia provides. You walk into a Hestia woman's home, and there's a sense of peace. There's a sense of order, but not spit and polish order. There's a sense of homeness that is in some ways impersonal. It's just as when you walk into a temple, there is a sense of the sacred that is embodied somehow in the space, in the vibrations, in the itness of it. Well, that is what Hestia brings to either home or household. And though she wasn't known in her mythology much, she was very important ritually to the Greeks. In Greek ritual, when a daughter married, she would take the fire from the hearth of the mother and take part of that fire to her new house. And with the bringing of the fire, that became her new home. And when colonists were sent out from a city-state to someplace outlying, they would take the fire from the central temple of the city and bring it to the outlying place, so that there was this linkage between one place and the other, and it has a sort of connecting principle that synchronicity has also, that connects one thing with another. So there's a self-symbology both in the image of the fire at the center of the round hearth and in the meaning given in the ritual. When a child was born, infant mortality being what it was, they waited 3 days to welcome the child into the household. And then after 3 days, if the child were still alive, the child was walked around the hearth 3 times, and the family then celebrated this new member. So that Hestia brought the sacred element into the household and brought it into the temple, because her fire was present with all the other deities. And this is very true of this archetype. If this archetype, the archetype of the self, is present in a woman, it will bring warmth and illumination to every other archetype that exists. And very often it is the balancing archetype when the negative aspect of another one is strong. The archetype of Hestia, as housekeeper, I like to sort of tell the litmus test theory of how you can tell which goddess is operating. For one thing, it used to be when marriage was an institution and people married for life, and now it's not really so anymore, that about 50% of the marriages end in divorce. But when one married for life, a Hestia woman had a place for her lifetime, and she didn't have to worry about not having a persona, because she kept house and she was a good wife. Well, a Hestia woman could be a wife, a Demeter woman could. A Demeter woman operates from the maternal instinct and either views her children and her husband as people she nurtures and nurtures. A Hera woman whose primary bond is with a husband does it for the husband, and an Aphrodite does it for the husband-lover. Well, all of them can keep house for themselves or for the others. And when, say, a woman with a husband and children finds herself by herself because her husband's gone off on a business trip and because the children have gone off to summer camp, for example, how she behaves says something about whether Hestia is present. Because if Hestia is present, it doesn't matter if there's anyone there or not. She will keep the house clean. She will bring flowers in that no one else will appreciate. She makes a meal for herself that is usually aesthetic as well as much trouble as she might take normally. And she will do it for herself because it pleases her. All the other ones will be affected by the absence of the significant other. Why bother if the kids aren't there, or the husband isn't there, or the lover isn't there? Why bother at all? Eat cottage cheese or go to McDonald's. Keep the house disorderly until just before everybody comes home, and then straighten it up. That's the difference. Hestia does it for the pleasure of doing it, and it gives her some sense of, it's almost like meditation at times. It is an inward discipline, and it's this meditative aspect that makes this also embodied in women who enter religious orders. As in California, there almost seems to be more ashrams than convents these days, but they are similar in that the woman is willing to become anonymous and serve, to worship through service, often in a convent or an ashram. As she goes about serving the food, setting up the worship ritual, whatever it is, or a Jewish woman who sets out a Seder dinner, there is all of this sort of, in the domesticity of it all, a worshipful spiritual attitude that occurs. And this quality makes it very possible for women who have a lot of Hestia to feel truly in their own element, in the anonymity of a religious order. The problems with Hestia are not present in the archetype itself, because the archetype itself doesn't have a negative aspect. But given that the Hestia archetype manifests in a human woman who lives in a human culture, the human woman has problems. For one thing, she lacks self-esteem usually, because nobody values who she is or what she does. She also works in her therapy on developing a persona. Other people seem to have to learn to develop a relationship to the self. Not a Hestia woman. That aspect of her is in fine working order, but she doesn't know beans about how to go out in the world and present herself. So very often what she works on is her persona, on how to not only write out a resume, but how to dress for success if she needs a job, how to make small talk at a social kind of thing. All of those things are what a Hestia woman needs to learn how to do, because that doesn't come naturally, and because who she is not valued. She has that difficulty as well. So that's the negative side of Hestia. And I see a signal that says it's exactly 11:30 and time to take a break, and I actually have finished with this first category at this minute. So let's take a break now, and it may be, I think, that the question and answer period will probably follow at the very end of this afternoon, rather than in between. The next category of goddesses that I want to delve into with you are the vulnerable goddesses, and they're representative of those patterns in women responsible for the capacity for relationship and the necessity of having a significant other in one's life. So that these are the relationship-oriented goddess archetypes, and their quality of consciousness is not focused, but is much more diffuse. I think about the quality of consciousness as being metaphorically similar to different types of lighting, that the virgin goddess's capacity to focus either inward or outward with an intense beam of focus consciousness is like a ability to have a beam of light shine only on what you're interested in illuminating. At its most sharp, it's like a laser. And everything within the beam is lit up, and everything outside of that beam is in the dark. And when you can concentrate on something, it's like that. It's like you pay attention to what's in front of you, and you tune out what's around you. And I remember as a kid that my ability to do that when I read meant that people would have to almost knock on my head or raise their voice to get me to get off the focus. And one of the things about that ability to focus is that it often is something that makes you crabby or irritable when you have your focus interrupted. And it leads to some misunderstandings between women and the significant people in their lives, especially if they are changing mode from relationship-oriented to more focused. And this is very true of women who are, say, returning to graduate school after being, or any kind of school or work in which some study at home is required, after the family has been used to the woman being there as a relationship-oriented, archetypally present woman. Because the diffuse awareness that Irene Claremont de Castillejo described is to me like the quality of lighting you might have in your living room, where you have a lamp that casts its warmth and its illumination on everything in its radius. And when you have that kind of quality of consciousness, you pay attention to everything in your environment. And not only that, but the people in your environment feel your attentiveness on them. It's like the capacity that a mother has to hear the cry of a child in the next room. That there's some kind of scanning, attendingness of consciousness that's there. So that if you are in diffuse awareness as either a man or a woman, when you enter a situation, you pick up the nuances. If you pick up the vibes in the room, you pick up whether someone is depressed or someone's unhappy or someone is feeling good, and you can respond based on that. It's not that you focus in on every piece of your field, but you're tuned in. And that tuning in requires a kind of diffuse scanning awareness that feels good to the people around you. They know that you are within their consciousness. Well, if this is the quality of consciousness that you've had in your household year after year, and then now you are going to school and you want to study and you want to be left alone, what happens is that people feel the removal of that kind of psychic attentiveness, and they want to get your attention, so they interrupt you. And then because this focus is something you're working on trying to achieve, if you are not a natural virgin goddess, you get crabby at them when they interrupt you, and you feel like they're practically sabotaging your effort to get back to work. And then you get this friction, and the husband or the kid feels like, well, she doesn't really like me after all. That's sort of what I suspected. And there are these misunderstandings that occur when the significant nurturing woman in the household changes archetypal patterns. And so it's always very helpful for people to realize what's going on, that it isn't that I'm mad at you, it's that I'm focusing on this paper. And it isn't that I'm irritated in the first place, but if you keep interrupting me, I'm going to be irritated. And then there's the need sometimes to learn how to shift, and that was something that I have quite consciously practiced on for probably since about 1979. So about 5 or 6 years now, I have made an effort to switch from one consciousness to another, because I've done all my work in the midst of my household. I used to write out in longhand at the dining room table and then have my manuscript typed, which was what happened with the Taoist psychology. And the first draft of The Goddess in Every Woman, I did the same way. I wrote it out in longhand, had a typist type it, and then would make changes in it. And then I discovered a computer word processor, and so now I do that. But my intent was to be in my household and to be accessible. And so it was like a discipline or a practice to allow myself to be interrupted without becoming irritable. To also, in turn, train the people in my household to wait until I at least finished a thought or a sentence. And when kids are very little, they're too young for that. And then when they get to be a certain age, it's possible for them to sort of wait a while before they interrupt you. And it's something that requires some practice, because there is a natural leave me alone irritability when you focus on something that is very different from that warm, illuminating light that a woman who is relationship-oriented just naturally does. So all of the vulnerable goddesses have this diffuse awareness as a natural way of being there with other people. It also helps explain their vulnerability and their capacity to be, in a sense, victimized. I mean, if you cannot get your paper written that's due tomorrow because you allow people to interrupt you and telephone calls to get you away from what you need to do for yourself, then you are being victimized by your inability to not say no to somebody. And in the real world, when you think about what women are told to do to avoid being victimized when they're on the street, it's to act like a virgin goddess. The sense of if you meander along as if you're available, if you sit in a lobby just in an attitude of waiting or something, men will come often and intrude upon your space and interrupt you, for example, or feel they have a right to talk to you. If you look like you are going somewhere with something on your mind and you're striding ahead in a focused way, you don't look like an easy victim. And those are the kinds of advice that women are given when they're told, when they have to leave work at night and go to their car or something like that. That, to don't meander, but to, look out for yourself, walk as if with purpose, and this kind of thing. So there's something about this energy that is what allows for warmth and interreaction within a household, but taken outside of the household, it can invite intrusion and potential victimization. And in the mythology of the three goddesses in this category, Hera, Demeter, and Persephone, all three of these goddesses were victims at one point or another. They actually all had the capacity to change and be affected by their experience as well. So they're not only relationship-oriented goddesses, but they're goddesses in whose story they start out often in a very naturally positive place. Life happened to them. They were abducted, raped, humiliated, what have you. They went through a period of suffering and very often emerged on the other side of it with new growth. And this is true for women in whom these goddess archetypes also predominate, that there is a potential to be affected by life, a potential to suffer and to have, in fact, psychological symptoms, and a capacity to grow through the experience of interaction with others and with life. So that's something about these three goddesses. The first of the three, I have to keep my eye on the clock. I think what I'll do is talk about Demeter and Persephone first, and if I don't have time for Hera now, I'll start with her after lunch. Because Demeter and Persephone have one myth, so if I tell you the one myth, I'm telling you about both goddesses. And the myth of Demeter and Persephone is based on the abduction of Persephone. And the two goddesses, Demeter is the goddess of grain and the archetype of the mother. And her daughter Persephone represents the maiden and also the queen of the underworld. And these two goddesses also, in their stories, went through periods of depression. And these are the psychological susceptibilities that these two goddesses represent. In the story, the major story involving these two goddesses, it begins with Persephone gathering flowers in the meadow. And at that point, she is a young, aimless, playful young woman who is gathering flowers in the meadow with other nymphs and other virgin goddesses. And at this phase of her life, she is waiting for something to happen to her. It's very much like Cinderella waiting for Prince Charming. But what happens to her is Hades, not Prince Charming. In the myth, she is gathering flowers, and then she notices a particularly beautiful flower, a gorgeous narcissus with 100 blossoms. And it draws her away from her friends to this flower, and she reaches down to pick it. And as she reaches down to pick this particular flower, the earth opens up, and out of a deep split in the earth comes Hades with his black horses and chariot, and Hades emerges out of this vent in the earth, grabs Persephone, and pulls her with him back underground. And Persephone screams for help, calls to her father Zeus, calls for help to her mother, and it's to no avail because she is abducted. The earth then swallows her up, closes over, and she's gone. Meanwhile, Demeter, who was not a hovering mother at this point at all, Demeter was going about her work as a goddess, which was as goddess of grain. She was responsible for the growing crops and the growth of animals and people, and so she was off doing whatever she did as goddess, and her daughter was gathering flowers, but typically maternal. When her daughter's abducted, she senses somehow that something is wrong. And she comes rushing to the scene to see where Persephone is, and she can't find her. And then when she realizes that Persephone is not with her friends, she realizes that something dreadful must have happened. And for 9 days and 9 nights, Persephone is sought by Demeter, who wanders over the face of the entire world looking for her daughter. And at this point you see a picture of metaphorically the classical agitated depression. Here's a woman who has lost a significant relationship, a significant meaning to her life. And she is agitated. She wanders aimlessly to no avail. All of her wanderings serve no purpose. She doesn't find Persephone. She doesn't eat. She has insomnia. She doesn't eat. She has anorexia. She doesn't sleep. She has insomnia. She doesn't bathe. She doesn't care what she looks like. And she really presents herself at this time as a picture of an agitated depression, which is one of the susceptibilities of a Demeter woman or a Demeter archetype. Well, after 9 days and 9 nights, she returns to the meadow, and she sees Hecate, or Hecate. And Hecate says to her, "I didn't see what happened, but I heard it. Persephone was abducted. I heard her screaming." And then she suggests, why don't we go to speak to the god of the sun, who was up there when everything happened. He saw what happened. He can tell us. So the two goddesses go up to the god of the sun to ask him what happened. And the god of the sun not only says that Persephone was abducted by Hades, but he proceeds to tell the goddesses what preceded that. He said this was all done with Zeus's foreknowledge, that Hades had asked to have Persephone as his bride, and Zeus had allowed him to take her. This is without real patriarchy, without asking Persephone or her mother what they thought of this. And then, on hearing this, Demeter is incensed. And the god of the sun, Helios, tries to placate her by saying, you know, Hades is, after all, not a bad son-in-law. He is an Olympian like you. In effect, why don't you adjust to it? And Demeter, however, doesn't buy this at all. And on hearing that not only what happened to Persephone, but hearing that Zeus, who was Persephone's father, had had a hand in this, she vows to leave Olympus, and does. And she leaves Olympus to wander disguised as a human woman on earth. And she wanders from place to place, and one day ends up sitting by a well at Eleusis. And there she's sitting, looking sad at this well, when she is seen by the two daughters of the king. And they come and see this woman who has something of a regal beauty and regal bearing. And so they're impressed with her, and they go up to talk to her and ask her who she is and what she's doing there and what she wants. And Demeter makes up this story that she says that she was kidnapped from Crete by pirates, and she got away from them, and she was now here, and what she needed was a job, that she would like to be a nursemaid to a child. Well, the daughters are just delighted with that, because they have a new brother, Demophon, who has just been a newly born brother. And there's something about this woman that is truly captivating. So they go home to tell their mother, Nera, about this potential nursemaid that they ran into at the well, and get her permission to bring Demeter to the house. Well, in real life, as far as Demeter is concerned, she is a descendant of the great goddess of Crete, who, so there was something about being abducted and being diminished or what have you in that little aside in the story. At any rate, when Demeter is brought into the home of Nera, there is, at first, as she goes through the threshold, something of her goddessness is recognized. So the first thing that, again, on sort of an unconscious level, because they react to her as if she were somebody really important, and they offer her the best wine and the best chair, and Demeter declines everything and takes the most humble chair and asks for just a thirst-quenching barley water and And then she sits, and one gets a sense that she sees this new mother, Hera, an older woman, with this child in her lap. And viewing this mother and child, she despairs for her own loss, because she goes into a depression of sorts, and then is cheered up in the myth by the serving woman who brings in some humor and cheers her up. And at the end of this first meeting together, she agrees to be Demophon's nursemaid. And this is a Demeter woman who sublimates the loss of her own child and puts her energies into raising another woman's child, and shifts from the loss of a daughter to raising the son of another woman. And many Demeter women do that if they are unable to get pregnant themselves, or if their children grow up and move away, then one possibility open to them is to put their considerable maternal energies into nourishing others. So this is what the goddess herself does. She takes care of Demophon. She gives him nectar and ambrosia, and every night she places him much as you would put a log on the fire. And what's going to happen to Demophon over time is that she is gradually making this human boy into a god. Well, one night, Hera hears something in the next room and becomes curious as to what Demeter is doing. And she peeks in through the door, and she sees Demeter laying her little boy on the fire, and she screams in alarm and bursts into the room. And at that point, Demeter has absolutely had it. She gets incensed. The sublimation no longer works. She calls Hera a stupid woman. But for your curiosity, I would have made your son a god. And then it's like she's no longer interested in the project anymore. And she shifts from her, she takes off her human guise, and there is a sense of the presence of the goddess filling the household. And there is a fragrance of the goddess, the golden light of the goddess, and her presence. She is no longer hiding her goddessness under human form. And not only is Demeter present in all her regality, but she is an angry goddess. And everybody wants to know, what can we do to placate you? And so the king comes, the people in the village come, or the country come, and they all want to know, what can we do? And Demeter says, build me a temple up on that hill. And they really get to it and do it fast. And they build this temple, and Demeter then goes up to it once it's built. And what she does is just go there and sit. And when Demeter sits, nothing grows on this earth. There are no crops. There's nothing green that comes up. The buds don't develop. There are no lambs or no calves or no human babies born. And famine threatens to wipe out the entire human race, which distresses the Olympians because there'd be nobody to worship them. So finally, after all of this, Zeus acknowledges that something is wrong, that Demeter is unhappy about something. So he sends Iris, the messenger goddess, down to Demeter to inquire what's wrong, and also to tell Demeter, why don't you get back to work? So Iris goes down to speak to Demeter, and Demeter refuses to return, and refuses to function until she gets Persephone back. So Iris goes back to Zeus and tells him what the problem is. And then one at a time, all of the deities of Olympus troop down to Demeter, plead with her, offer her bribes, ask her, please, won't you get back to work? And every single one of them gets the same message, not until I get Persephone back. So finally, Zeus discovers that he has to do something about this. And heeding Demeter, finally, it really took Demeter to be extraordinarily passive-aggressive, one might say, in order to get Zeus's attention. Her upfront protests got nowhere. She didn't have the power to impose what she wanted, and she wasn't heard. It was only when she went on strike did the message get through that something was wrong that Zeus had to attend to. So Zeus indeed did act. He sent Hermes, the messenger god, down to the underworld to fetch Persephone. And Hermes arrived in the underworld, and there's a scene in which he sees Persephone sitting on a low couch next to Hades, and Persephone is also depressed. Persephone did not take to being abducted into wifehood at all. And she's sitting there, and she hasn't, she's depressed in a different way. She's just passively sitting there. And when she sees Hermes and realizes that Hermes has come to get her, she jumps up, and she is delighted with the prospect of returning above the ground again. And at this point, something very significant happens. Hades acknowledges that Persephone can go with Hermes, but he slips her 3 or 4 pomegranate seeds, which Persephone swallows. And then Persephone gets into the chariot with Hermes and returns above ground. And then there's this beautiful scene of reunion where Hermes brings the chariot carrying Persephone to the temple where Demeter is sitting. And the mother realizes that her daughter is back. And Persephone jumps out of the chariot, and the mother comes from the temple, and they embrace. And then, once they embrace, the next thing that Demeter says to Persephone is, "Did you eat anything in the underworld?" Because if Persephone had eaten nothing in the underworld, then she would have been returned to her mother as if nothing had happened at all. She would be just the same as when she was gathering flowers in the meadow. But Persephone has been affected because she ate the 3 or 4 pomegranate seeds, which she tells her mother she did. But in true Persephone fashion, she doesn't say, "I swallowed them because I wanted to." She says, "I ate them because he made me by force," which was a lie. But anyway, Persephone tells her mother the story. Her mother is so glad to have her back that the fact that now that she's eaten something in the underworld, that she will have to spend part of the year in the underworld, doesn't seem to bother Demeter anymore. Because as a consequence of eating these 3 or 4 seeds, Persephone will spend 3 or 4 months of every year in the underworld. And those are the fallow times of winter. Persephone returns to her mother when the first green shoots come up in the spring, and then is with her mother through the harvest. And then when the earth lies fallow and under the snow, that is when Persephone goes into the underworld. And this begins a cycle. Anyway, Demeter is overjoyed at having her daughter back. And as she is such a generous goddess, really, and that part of the nature of the archetype is generosity and is nurturing and is providing what others might need, she doesn't just immediately take Persephone and go back to Olympus. She instead stays on Earth a while longer in order to give the Eleusinian mysteries to humankind. In fact, she's also credited by some as being the goddess who gave humankind agriculture as well. But she, in her particular myth, in the myth of the abduction of Persephone, the credit is for the Eleusinian mysteries. And the initiates, it says, once they have once they have experienced the mysteries, they no longer fear death. And what's fascinating about this from a religious standpoint was that for some 2,000 plus years, this was the major religion of the Greek people as far as their experience goes. I mean, they worshipped other deities, but they had a mystery religion that they participated in, and the initiates lost their fear of death. And there was a prohibition that the initiates must never talk about it. And one fascinating thing about this, because it spanned the last initiates of the Eleusinian mysteries, spanned the beginning of, touched on the beginning of Christianity. In fact, one of the early popes was an initiate of the Eleusinian mysteries. And surely there were people that would have blabbed and talked and said what it was all about if they could. But as far as we know, the secret was kept. And one senses that the reason the secret was kept was that there was nothing to say, that it was a Gnostic experience. It was an inwardly felt transcendent experience of some kind. It was an experience, not knowledge, that the initiate gained. And once the experience was had, then some sense of soul or some sense of of ongoing life after death, something was changed so that this was truly a spiritual gift of Demeter's. Now, the Demeter archetype, as seen in the myth, is very much the maternal archetype in its many forms. It is the archetype that is felt by women who want most of all to have a child. It's the archetype found in women in nurturing professions, for whom meaning is the nurturing and growth of one's clients or one's students or whomever one is taking care of is significant. It's the nurturing mother on many levels that this archetype represents. And as an archetype, it is one that is identified with a major instinct, and consequently it, like Aphrodite and like Hera, these three are the strongest archetypes as far as its capacity to rule in a woman's psyche. Meaning that the maternal instinct might change a woman's life. It might get her accidentally pregnant, for example, or on purpose pregnant. I think of an interview with a 13 or 14-year-old girl at Florence Crittenden Home who described what she was describing was this archetype at work in her, because she said that she was very glad to be pregnant, that while her friends wanted bicycles or wanted records of rock stars, all she ever wanted in the whole world was a baby of her own. And women for whom this archetype is strong do want that most of all. And consequently, they may find that the instinct to have a child overrides the wisdom of whatever is going on in their life. And clinically what often happens is you see a woman who gets accidentally pregnant and then really suffers around the decision whether to have the child or have an abortion. Sometimes what happens is that the Demeter archetype really is responsible for the pregnancy, and then maybe an Athene or another aspect of her personally, or the influence of other people who insist on her having an abortion prevails, and so she does. At every step along the way she suffers. She suffers making the decision, she suffers with the abortion, and usually she has a post-abortion depression. And one would think that this kind of woman, having gone through so much suffering around a unplanned for pregnancy, would make good and sure that she wouldn't get pregnant again. And that's true of other women who get accidentally pregnant. I mean, they really look out for birth control after that. But when Demeter's work in a woman's psyche, that may not be the case, that she becomes accidentally pregnant again and maybe again. And she may have a story that involves 2 or 3 abortions with serious depressions afterwards because of the conflict between the archetypal pressure to have a child and other parts of her that then decide against it. This is the archetype that is also one that women may choose to heed when they choose to be a single mother by choice. And as a consequence of the women's movement in part and the changes in the culture where zero population growth is more valued than 5 kids in the family, the idea of having children gets put off often, and then at age 35 or so, either the instinct comes up strongly for the first time, or something that one has said no to, not yet to, comes up because the biological clock is running out, and a woman realizes that if she is going to have a child, she'd better do it in the next several years. And in San Francisco, anyway, there are an increasing number of women who are not married because they haven't found the right man, or because they're lesbian, or because that whole issue of being married is not theirs, because they don't have Hera as an archetype, but they have Demeter as an archetype, who choose quite consciously the very difficult route often of being a single mother. And whereas for another woman, being a single mother would be something they would resent, she would resent, mind, find difficult and unrewarding, when Demeter is an archetype, however hard it is as far as finances and juggling and what have you, when you talk to a woman for whom the Demeter archetype is there, it was worth it all, because that is so much what gives her life meaning. The Demeter archetype is also present in a very strong way in psychotherapists, in teachers, in nurses who are in the traditional professions of caretaking. And they too find great meaning in a job that sometimes doesn't pay them as much as something else they could do, but they love to do what they do. The downside of this particular archetype is if the goddess in you keeps saying, nurture, 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 and people keep saying, help me, help me, help me, the woman, the human woman, can get burnt out, which is one of the major troubles that Demeter women have, is that, you know, you're the teacher that does so well with the problem kids that could you take one more into your class? Or you're the therapist whose clients call you up and want to stay on the phone hour after hour, or don't want to pay you what is a standard rate for therapists. And somehow it is always that maternal that may say yes and yes and yes, and as a consequence, the human woman feels eventually exploited and really burned out, so that the woman in whom Demeter lives knows that to be nurturing gives her meaning, but she also has to learn how to pick and choose and how to say no. Otherwise, she's going to be overrun by that combination of the archetype operating in her and people who are more than happy to ask for her to do the extra this or the extra that. Demeter does need a significant relationship in order to have meaning, and a negative aspect here might be that she might keep the significant other dependent on her. And what happens when that occurs is that a real child, it could be a real child, or it could actually be a partner, a spouse even, who is treated like a dependent child, for whom autonomy becomes a threat. And often what then happens is that the child has to rebel, that you either have a child who lives next door to mother practically, or always is talking to mother and never gets away, or you have the kid that I see in San Francisco whose mother is in New Jersey or New York, who had to go clear across the country to have some autonomy. But what happens is left at home is a grieving, depressed, empty nest Demeter often, who is suffering either an agitated or an apathetic kind of depression, the two kinds of depressions that Demeter suffered from. And like Demeter sitting in that temple with everybody coming by asking what's the matter and what do you want, when a Demeter woman gets depressed, it's like that. She broadcasts that she is unhappy with everybody, and everybody around her knows she's depressed and often feels guilty and often wants to know, can they do anything? Because Demeter is a very large presence in a psychic energy frame, and when she is depressed, there's an anger underneath it, and everybody knows it. So that you have, for example, we have like Pauline Bart's classic article on the depressed woman that she calls Mother Portnoy's complaint. And what she was describing is a supermother who thought that she would have a payoff that was positive, and what she got was the kids moving away from home, leaving her empty. So that the Demeter woman has to learn how to give freedom as well as give the other kinds of nourishment that she gives. She needs to learn how to let go, and she learns as well as learning how to say no. Otherwise, depression is one of her susceptibilities. Her daughter Persephone's depression is quite different. Like Persephone sitting in the underworld, despondent and passive, Persephone as an archetype is the least distinct of the archetypes. Her strength is her receptivity, that she is receptive to receiving, being influenced by others, for good and for bad. So that you have the Persephone woman as the woman who is like Cinderella, waiting for life to happen, who doesn't have the the say virgin goddess conviction of going for what is personally meaningful, who tends to be a compliant little girl when she's little, and if she is a more introverted if she is an introverted sort of a person who needs time to figure out what her reactions are, and she has a mother who has a mother's knows best kind of concern, she is always finding, before she makes up her mind, that someone else has suggested she wear this or go here or what have you, and given that she is a compliant, wanting to please person, she goes along with it. And a Persephone woman may then present herself in a doctor's or in a therapist's office somewhere between 30 and 40, suffering from a form of depression that doesn't look dramatic. It's that she is aware that life is passing her by. She's aware somehow that her friends have careers, or they have families, or they are somehow connected to life in a significant way that she is not. That she has been doing what Jung would call doing the anima woman act, or doing the puella story. And that she has, as the anima woman, being a recipient of people, usually men's projections, and she has unconsciously conformed to them, because in her receptivity she can tune in to what other people want. A great gift might be that she's actually mediumistic and can really tune in a psychic way to people. But at any rate, she, as an anima woman, if she's attractive, she will be what a series of men might want and not have a sense of herself. As a puella eterna, she is that eternal girl who is always waiting for life to happen and never committed to anything. And this is fine when you're in your 20s. It gets less and less fine as you get older. And by the time this kind of woman presents herself in therapy, it's a real difficulty, because on one hand she's fascinating to Jungians because she may tune into the collective unconscious and have these major dreams, and yet somehow something's not taking, and there's a degree of suffering that is not dramatic but is real. It's hard to be it's very hard to be a Persephone woman. It's very hard to be a Persephone woman's therapist too, for that matter. At any rate, for this kind of what ails her, Persephone women also, because they are abducted, may be either abducted into a bad relationship and then need to be extracted because they're being dominated or battered or something like that, or they may be abducted into the underworld by their own collective imagery. And you have in Persephone women often a history, in some that see psychiatrists, a history of a serious psychotic-like depression or illness in early life. And one of the ways that Persephone changes is through her abduction. Sylvia Plath in The Bell Jar describes a Persephone kind of depression. It's not dramatic. It's not angry. It's not powerful. It's like being behind a bell jar and not experiencing life. Everything is sort of grayed out. It's like Ophelia in Hamlet, or like Laura in The Glass Menagerie, in a world of her own. And what can happen with women who are abducted is that gradually they can get to know more about what the terrain is like, so that I know a number of truly gifted therapists who in their 18 to somewhere around 18 years old, maybe later, were hospitalized with a serious psychiatric illness, had a recurrence of depression, and in the process of being in therapy, really learn their way around the underworld, and in turn were attracted to the profession of doing therapy, and turn out to be, like Persephone, the goddess, who became queen of the underworld, a guide for others. And that is one of the ways in which Persephone evolves. Persephone evolves in many different ways. She has a potential to become an introverted Aphrodite, in touch with her sensuality and sexuality as she goes from being the maiden to the Aphrodite in herself. She can become the mediator with the underworld, either through knowing about it herself and then writing or painting or being a therapist, or she can be more mediumistic. A therapist doesn't have to be abducted into the underworld. If the archetype of Persephone, Queen of the Underworld, is part of your psyche and you're a therapist, you have often an innate awareness of what psychosis is like, without being afraid of it, without having gone through it yourself. So that's an element of Persephone. Persephone, as Queen of the Underworld, was always there when a human hero or heroine went down to see her. So Psyche went down, and Odysseus went down, and a lot of the Greek human heroes went down to the underworld, and they never found a sign that said "Gone home to mother." So this is a very different, evolved Persephone that is Queen of the Underworld, and points the way that Persephone as an archetype can evolve. And it's strangely enough, given how in some ways insubstantial Persephone is, Persephone and sometimes Hestia, as well as Aphrodite, are the archetypes that many very responsible women develop later on in life. That they've either been a mixture of working and marriage or what have you, and they've been very, very responsible people. And it is, I was giving this talk on goddesses a month ago to the psychiatric, the Nevada Psychiatric Society, and there were a couple of women who came up to me afterwards and said what they had noticed, and I think it's true, that there are a whole bunch of women who in their somewhere around 50s or so are discovering Persephone, that they've never learned how to play, that they went from college into motherhood or something, and they've always worked. And there's something about Persephone that is finally emerging, not at the beginning of life, which is usual, but towards the last quarter or so of life. And Persephone allows for a in-the-moment, receptive to what is going on, and it is the archetype that many women need to consciously make an effort to develop in order to get in touch with what is the positive child in themselves as well. It's 12:30, and the way this lecture is going, there really will be time for questions and an interaction, because I only have 2 more goddesses to go, and I ought to be able to do that within an hour or so after I come back. And then after that, especially since so many of you have read the book, we can have an interesting dialogue. Thank you.
The 2 goddesses I'm going to talk about this afternoon
are actually quite polar opposites from one another when it comes to interactions around relationships, because who I have left to talk about is Hera, the archetype of the wife, whose values for commitment and monogamy are extraordinarily strong from a depth place, and the last goddess, Aphrodite, who's goddess of love and beauty, has no respect whatsoever for monogamy. And consequently, these 2 goddesses are often at opposite ends of triangular relationships and tensions within a particular woman. Hera is the last of the 3 vulnerable goddesses, and she was Zeus's wife and worshipped and honored as the goddess of marriage. She really got a bad press from Homer and other folks who basically described her as the archetypal shrew in the mythology of Hera, but in her ritual she was greatly honored and revered. The mythology of Hera begins with the mythology of all 6 of the first generation Olympians, in that Hera was the daughter of Rhea and Kronos. let me backtrack some and say that the Greeks had a system that began with a void, and then out of the void came Gaia, the earth, who was the earth mother, goddess, and out of Gaia came everything that was created after that. And out of Gaia came Uranus, who was the sky, and also became her husband, so that Rhea, who was, Gaia, the earth, and Uranus, the sky, mated and brought forth the living things of this earth. And Uranus was not a very patriarchal, not a very paternal god, and at a certain point he started to want to bury in Gaia's body the children that she was birthing, and it caused her a great deal of pain, and so she asked her Titan children to come to her aid. Anyway, I'll tell you a little bit more about that when I tell you about Aphrodite's birth. Let me just go on to say that when Uranus was overthrown by Kronos, who then became, his son Kronos, who then became the chief god, Kronos mated with his sister Titan, Rhea, and Rhea and Kronos were the parents, the Titan parents of the first generation Olympians. And once again, the problem was with the father being threatened in some fashion or hostile in some fashion to his offspring, because he feared that he would be overthrown by an offspring. He swallowed each of Rhea's children as they were born, and he didn't even bother to look to see whether it was going to be a son or a daughter. So first Hestia was born and swallowed, and then Demeter was born and swallowed, and then Hera was born and swallowed. Then came Hades, Poseidon, and finally Zeus, who was not swallowed because his mother Rhea, on finally being in great agony over the fate of all of her children, tricked Kronos into accepting that the last child born and wrapped in swaddling clothes was this object that he swallowed when it was really a stone, and that allowed Zeus to grow up unswallowed. But and then when he started to come into his own power, he tricked his father into regurgitating all of his sibs, and out in the reverse order came one stone and the two male deities and the three female deities. And it said that there was a stone that was worshipped in ancient Greece as the regurgitated stone. So here was Hera, who was born, swallowed by her father Kronos, grew up inside of him, and then was sort of regurgitated or born again. And she was then raised by two nature deities in a kind of idyllic situation, so that she was raised and became a beautiful goddess. And during this time that she was growing, Zeus took on the Titans, and there was this enormous cosmic battle for supremacy that the Olympians, led by Zeus, won. And Zeus then established himself as chief god. And as chief god, he had always had an eye for the beautiful woman, and he had 6 consorts prior to Hera. And one day, when he was out in the world, he spied Hera and was attracted to her beauty. And he devised a way to get close to her. And what he did was he changed himself into a shivering little bird. And Hera came across this shivering little bird and took pity on it. And in order to warm it, she picked it up and put it between her breasts. And he, now that close to Hera, turned back into his manly form and tried to have her sexually, but probably because they were in fact equals, they were both Olympians, she was able to hold him off with that age-old Hera story, not until we get married. And then they were in fact married, and this is the major consort that is recognized in Greek mythology, was the marriage between Hera and Zeus. And it's said that the first phase of their marriage was idyllic. They had a honeymoon that lasted for 500 years. And then, when the honeymoon was over, it was exceedingly over. They then resembled Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, if anything, because Zeus continued to have an eye for the beautiful nymph. He continued to have liaisons with other goddesses, and from these liaisons came the demigods and the second generation Olympians. And every time Hera found out about Zeus's philandering, she was humiliated, emotionally wounded, and enraged. Because unlike Demeter and Persephone, who become depressed when things go badly, Hera's essential energy is not to initially go depressed at all, but to be active, to do something, to get back at. And she characteristically focuses all her rage not on the husband who was unfaithful, not on the husband who lied to her, not on the husband who promised to love, honor, and cherish her, but she puts all of her rage towards the other woman and the progeny that came from the liaison with Zeus. And this is a real characteristic of the archetype of Hera when it is active in a woman's psyche. And Hera is, along with Demeter and Aphrodite, one of the three strongest archetypes as far as taking over, possessing, directing the course of a woman's experience. It begins with her need for a mate to feel complete, that the archetype of Hera, when it's alive in a woman, has its positive side in that it allows for commitment and enduring relationships. And the Hera archetype predisposes a woman to also experience what the culture had used to say anyway, which is that marriage brought fulfillment to women, and that the archetypal direction is for commitment over time, fidelity, monogamy, and the role of the mate is the significant role that gives meaning to a woman when this archetype is her strongest one. I've seen women who, because the times have changed, and this is now, first came the feminine mystique and then came the feminist mystique. That from the 70s on, it was a different story, that all women were supposed to be fulfilled by having careers or making it up having a profession or being achievement-oriented, and it's a fine thing for the Artemis and Athena women for whom this is true. But for Hera and Demeter women, or Persephone women for that matter, or Hestia women, the fulfillment through achievement really is not so, that there are other sources of meaning for women whose archetypes are different than Athena and Artemis. And this is certainly true for Hera, for whom marriage as a stable, as a honored role and commitment for her is her most significant one. And I've seen women who fulfill the achievement side professionally, and as midlife comes, or early midlife comes, and there's still no husband on the scene, there's a sense of great failure. I remember talking to one woman for whom this was a major source of her depression, and her attitude towards her lack of a husband was that it made her feel so ashamed. It also made her feel like she had a big hole somehow in her center that was gaping like a wound because it had not been allowed to connect with a man and feel healed. And that's just as a woman with Demeter feels barren if she hasn't had a child, so a woman with Hera feels empty and a sense of meaningless at a very essential level if she is not married. So that the archetype of Hera promises what it sometimes doesn't deliver, which is that marriage will be fulfilling. This often brings women into early marriages, and they have an idea that somehow marriage will be fulfilling and that the husband will be, as was Zeus in his ritual, the bringer to fulfillment. Because in the ritual worship of Hera, there were three times in which she was honored. In the spring, she was worshipped as Hera the maiden, and a statue of Hera was often immersed in a pool, signifying her re-becoming a virgin again. And then in the summer, the high point of her worship, there was the sacred marriage with Zeus. And Hera at that point related to Zeus in the ritual. Zeus was known as Zeus, bringer to fulfillment, or bringer to perfection. And Hera in that sacred marriage was considered the completed one, or the perfected one. And it's that archetype that mistakenly acts on women who may not see the man that they have responded to archetypally clearly, and feeling drawn to him as if he will truly bring her to fulfillment. She marries and archetypally gets bonded deeply and often for life to somebody who can't carry the role well for her. Anyway, in her ritual, the next thing that happened was in the fall, when the statue of the goddess was shrouded in mourning, and she was called Hera the widow. And obviously Zeus, as an immortal, did not die. So it wasn't that she was the widow because her husband died, but she was widowed in the leaving of Zeus, in the wounding by Zeus. It seems as if it's related to a time when Hera, on being repeatedly humiliated, goes into mourning and leaves Olympus to go to the edge of the earth. And then the mourning period occurs during the winter months, and in the spring the statue is immersed in the pool, and she once more becomes Hera the maiden. Hera was one of the first goddesses that I really had a clear picture of clinically. I had been seeing a woman who I therefore knew quite well some 5 years before, when her major decision was graduate school, and what she had embarked on doing just that. And I hadn't seen her for 3, 4, or 5 years. And she called me up because she said, "I feel like I'm going crazy and I need to see you." And what she came in talking about was her she was just obsessive and hostile to the other woman on discovering that her husband had been unfaithful. And she knew she was not being herself. She said, "I've been sneaking looks in his journals, which I know is unethical, and I wouldn't do under ordinary circumstances. I find myself spying on him. I find myself finding out every bit of information I can about her, and that's all I can think about." And she went on to describe the fury that she had at this other woman who lured her husband away. And it seemed so strange that she wasn't putting the blame where it belonged, which was on him. And it fortunately was at a time when I was immersed myself in the goddesses, and I was like, here was Hera. Here was spurned Hera embodied in this woman. And it was very helpful for her to appreciate that what she was up against was an archetype of this proportion that was in effect taking her over, and that she did need to look at what had happened to the marriage, and she did need to confront her husband for his behavior and get off displacing all her rage on the other woman. Well, that was the first time I ran into the negative part of Hera. Since then, I've seen many, many variations. There are women who consider themselves archetypally forever the wife, and it doesn't matter that the husband has not only had an affair, but divorced her and married the other woman. She still keeps his name, Mrs. John so-and-so, for example, and considers herself the legitimate wife, and that other woman, who is the current wife, the other woman. And years can go by when the whole preoccupation still is caught up with that man as her husband. And that is the severe form of what Hera can do. Hera can, on the positive side, make marriage truly enduring and fulfilling. That one has to have Hera if one is to be able to make a commitment in marriage. And not every woman has Hera as part of her psyche. The opposite from Hera, for example, might be an Artemis attitude that says, don't fence me in, who looks at marriage as captivity rather than marriage as fulfillment. Or Psyche in the myth of Amor and Psyche, where marriage could be considered death of the maiden, which is a Persephone attitude, that marriage is the end of life and not the beginning of fulfillment. So depending on the archetype, your attitude toward marriage might be quite different. Gloria Steinem, who is known as an Artemis woman, doesn't have very much Hera in her. She has had a series of very significant and lengthy relationships with men, but she's never married, and she's been asked on talk show after talk show, why haven't you ever gotten married? And her stock humorous answer is, I don't mate very well in captivity. And that is such a different attitude from Hera, for whom marriage is fulfillment. And I might add that in my book, there are sections that I'm not getting to here today, in which I talk about the kinds of people, each of the archetypes, the kinds of men that each of these archetypes predispose a woman to be attracted to, or the kinds of patterns that she's predisposed to doing. And I also, in most instances, talk about the form that happens with lesbian women, because lesbian women can be equal, just as Hera, as a heterosexual woman, for whom the relationship is equally monogamous, wanting monogamy, enduring, and fidelity and enduringness. And if a lesbian woman who has a lot of Hera lives with another lesbian woman who is more like Aphrodite or more like Artemis, there's going to be trouble. So there is that element that has to do with the archetype in the woman, not so much the gender of the person she's attracted to. And that gave me an insight into how, in some ways, it's culture-free, because lesbian women are certainly not encouraged to be together at all, and in that a lesbian woman can feel as strongly as a heterosexual woman about wanting this to be enduring, wanting a public acknowledgement within her community for the marriage, wanting the ceremony. It's so much the same, and yet it has no cultural support. Anyway, Hera has these positive and negative sides, and it used to be that women could live out Hera in all three of her stages throughout her lifetime, and I think this was especially so, say, a generation or two ago, when women often would get married, have sex only either after they were married or after they were engaged, stay married for 40 years until the husband died, and successfully go through Hera the maiden to Hera the married, fulfilled one to Hera the widow. And they would live through all of the stages, and they would be married to a man who would leave for work at 8 in the morning and come home sure as clockwork at 6 in the evening, and she never had to worry a bit about his fidelity. When he went out, he went out with the boys, and it was really a safe and secure Hera situation. Now, with marriage statistics being what they are, with the likelihood that there's an attractive woman working at the next desk or in the patrol car with him, there is so much room for insecurity in Hera women, and the insecurity leads to feelings of paranoia sometimes, and jealousy, and torture, because it's hard to be a Hera woman when one's whole sense of security depends on the behavior of the mate, and that is one of the fates of the Hera woman. Also, when she is spurned, there is this rage and this woundedness that happens, and the extreme of the fulfilled Hera to the spurned Hera in the public eye go from Hera the fulfilled Nancy Reagan, who is married to a man who certainly has the power of Zeus but isn't a philanderer, and she time and time again notes that her most important role is that of wife. And I think she's quoted as saying, in effect, my life didn't begin until I met Ronnie. That's Hera speaking. And then on the other end of the spectrum, there was Jean Harris, who was like an Olympian in her who she was as head of the Madeira School, and a whole lot of presence and importance. But she, Hera-like, was caught up in a 19-year affair with a philandering Zeus, who was Herbert Tarnover, the Scarsdale diet doctor, who spurned her for a younger woman. And she has been convicted of murdering him, all the while saying that she did not go over to kill him. And she was convicted because on the day that she killed him, or he was killed, or accidentally killed him, is what I think happened, she mailed him a letter that went on and on and on about all the humiliations that she had suffered because of his interest in a younger, less everything woman than her, less educated, less socially acceptable, and she outlined in great anguish all sorts of humiliations. And so the prosecuting attorneys read this letter and assumed that there would naturally be all kinds of motivations to want to kill him. But Hera women can put up with an awful lot of humiliations because of that inherent bond, and that's one of the problems that a Hera woman can have, is how to get unbonded. The strength is that it's a bond that can endure, but when it needs to be cut, it's very hard to do that. In her mythology, most of it did focus on the vindictiveness and the lengths that she would go to get even with or get rid of various progeny or paramours of Zeus. And the progeny by Zeus were always looked after by others or by Zeus himself, and so they managed. Heracles wasn't killed by his nursemaid foster parents when Hera drove them crazy. He was looked after, as was Artemis and Apollo's birth allowed. But the human women that Zeus had affairs with often suffered not only because they were raped or seduced by Zeus, but because Hera then punished them. So you have, like Io, an attractive young girl who was either seduced or raped by Zeus and then turned into a cow to disguise her in this crowd of cows, and then Hera comes along and knows that that is Io turned into a cow, doesn't buy the disguise, and sends some wicked sort of fly to continually torment this poor cow. Well, you know, the women who got involved in this Zeus-Hera crossfire truly suffered, and that's part of Hera's mythology. But it's, Hera had, there was a tit-for-tat thing. Not only did Zeus humiliate her, he showed her that he didn't even need her to bring children into the world when he had Athene. So she decided that she would, in a tit-for-tat way, have a child herself without a man. And so she had Hephaestus, the god of the forge. Only, unlike Athena, whose form was perfect, Hephaestus had a club foot. And it said that she saw this and threw him off of Olympus. Some people say that Zeus, some mythologists say that Zeus got incensed that she would have a child without him and threw him out of Olympus. She and Zeus were known to have two daughters who are very obscure goddesses. One is a minor goddess of childbirth, and the other is the cupbearer called, I guess, it's spelled Hebe, Hebe, I guess, from which the word hebephrenic schizophrenia comes from, among other things. And the child that probably was the child of both parents, although he is described as having the temperament of his mother, was Ares, the god of war, whom his father rejected. And some people have described the children of Hera as being similar to the animus side of a Hera woman. So that's Hera. And Hera has, I think I've probably balanced her too negatively, because her mythology does emphasize that so much. In the embodied woman, very often there is a quiet and steady sense of being present over time, enduring over time, and being fulfilled over time as a wife. And that is a tremendously important archetype to live out when it is a strong one, and to live out well. And for this, a Hera woman needs to truly understand the character of the man she marries before she marries. Hera is so dependent on the character of the husband that she had better know him well. And one of the problems with Hera is she gets attracted, like Athena women get attracted, to Zeus-like men. That is, the more patriarchal, successful men in this culture, the traditional husband. And many of these traditional masculine men have succeeded in the world, but have at the cost of their relationship or anima or feeling side. And that sometimes means that he can have affairs without considering that they mean much, and in the process of doing that, truly wound his wife. So a Hera woman would do well to know what the character of the man is and his capacity to love, because she is so dependent on him to be truly fulfilled. And that's Hera. Hera's opposite in many ways. Certainly in time and time again, it would be like the goddess of love and beauty was operating on Zeus, or on the experience with other having something to do with Zeus's falling in love. And Hera and Aphrodite have not only been opponents in regard to love affairs, I mean, given that Hera is the goddess of marriage, and in many ways Aphrodite could be called the goddess of affairs or the goddess of infidelity. They are often at opposite ends of triangular relationships. But in the Trojan War, they were on opposite sides of the war. There was a hostility towards Aphrodite because in the judgment of Paris, Athena and Hera were vying for the golden apple that said, "For the fairest," and Aphrodite got it. And so that Athena and Hera were on one side of the Trojan War, and Aphrodite was on the other. And so there's a natural kind of animosity. Hera is an embodiment of the belief in relationship enduring over time. Aphrodite is a here and now, stay with this relationship while there is intensity, and when the intensity goes, move on to another relationship. I mean, there really is quite a difference in many different ways. Aphrodite I put in a class all by herself. She certainly didn't belong in the virgin goddess category, because all her mythology has to do with affairs and relationships with men. So she wasn't a virgin goddess, and yet she was in attitude. She is the only she is the only goddess that was defined as needing relationships as part of her psychology or part of her mythology, who wasn't victimized. She was like a virgin goddess in that she did what pleased her. It happened to be having affairs rather than hitting targets with arrows, and she picked and chose her partners, which was very autonomous of her. But she was like the vulnerable goddesses in that relationships were important. So in this way, she resembled both of the other categories, but was like neither. And yet another way she was like both and not neither, and that is in terms of the kind of energy, and why I call her the alchemical goddess and speak about something called Aphrodite consciousness. Because when I thought about the model that there are only two kinds of consciousness, focused consciousness and diffuse awareness, I was intrigued with that for a while, and then I realized that when I was in my office doing analysis, or when I was painting, or when I was writing, there was an energy that was neither focused nor diffuse. It was somewhere in between. And I remember talking to a couple of artists about it, because when I think probably there are a number of both artists and therapists in this room. When you think about doing therapy, if you're a therapist, think that you are, you're certainly not in a diffuse consciousness thing. You're not just sort of attending to anything that comes to mind. You are focused on the person in front of you, but you're not just pinpoint focused on the person in front of you. Going through your mind are all kinds of associations. Say that your patient or your client tells you a dream, and you really are attentive to the dream and to the associations that person has about the dream, but you're also thinking about what the images might mean in other contexts symbolically. You scan your memory files for previous dreams, themes that correlate with this. You think about what is going on in this person's life that resembles this particular dream configuration. You think about what you may know about this person's life story of which this dream is making a comment in part. And so there is all this going on, and yet it is not, so it's neither entirely focused nor is it diffuse, because it has a broader it's focused on material that is related to the person in front of you. And when I think about the artist who paints on a large canvas, and these days these canvases keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger, so you have 12-foot canvases by 8 feet or something like that. But even say a 2-foot by 3-foot canvas, the artist may be paying attention to one small detail, and yet in her consciousness is the whole canvas. It isn't just the detail, and it isn't the whole rest of the room. It's the large canvas itself. And there's the other thing that is somewhere in between focus and diffuse is that there is an interaction. One is picking up from the person, but not just taking it in or not just studying it, but being affected by it. So the artist who works on a canvas finds there's, in the accidents of color and form, something new emerging, and then the artist reacts to that, and there's a continual dialogue between the canvas and what's emerging and the artist who puts down the next color or the next line or what have you, and there's an ongoing dialogue that happens. And this is certainly true of the analytic or the therapeutic process, that, as Jung said about the process of doing psychotherapy, and this was something that attracted me to Jung's ideas before I was introduced to a single Jungian. I was reading Meninger on types and schools of psychotherapy, and this was at a time when the model was to be the reflected mirror or something, the psychoanalytic model where you're supposed to just be blank and have stuff projected on you and not react and not be affected by it. And Meninger described Jung's approach to be quite different, in that Jung said that psychotherapy was like a chemical reaction for one of its components to change, that is the patient. The other, that is the therapist, had also to be affected. And given that I had taken an awful lot of chemistry in my pre-medical years, and you remember those equations on the board where there was this compound plus this compound, and the arrows went back and forth maybe, and then it equaled these other things over here. And there was always a change from one side to the other in which the components were affected. One didn't stay out of it. And that seemed to me to be true of how I felt about therapy, in that I wasn't indifferent and I wasn't distancing. I cared what happened to the people I worked with, and I was in turn affected by what they said. I felt it. I think over the years it becomes increasingly true. The more you work with people that you care about in therapy, the more they subtly affect you as well as you affect them. At any rate, this sort of interaction that Meninger called chemistry, and on knowing more about Jung, I realized that he was talking about alchemy, but that for one to be affected, the other must also. And this is true whenever Aphrodite is present, that unlike the virgin goddesses who were unaffected, unlike the vulnerable goddesses who were just affected, Aphrodite entered relationships and herself was changed by them. First of all, she was drawn by love. And secondly, she became pregnant in most of these relationships and had children that came and developed out of it. So she was affected by her relationships. The alchemy of something is, again, I was looking for light as a metaphor, and the light that I think that most applies to Aphrodite consciousness is the light of a stage lighting or limelight. That whatever is bathed in stage lighting or in the limelight is what you focus on. And if you see a drama on the stage, you see that usually the whole stage lit up, even though you may be attending to just the major character who is, say, speaking. And everything on that stage is greater than life size. And if the acting is good, your feelings are evoked by the acting. You are affected by that. In turn, actors describe feeling the energy from the audiences and having greater performances when there is such a rapport between audience and actor. And a psychic, a studier of Safrika Karagula, who studied, was a neurophysiologist who studied psychics, described what psychics saw when the performance was good between an audience and, say, an actor. And she described an energy arc that came from the audience and arched over the stage to surround the actor. So he had a huge aura when he was acting. And that carried through the performance. And then when the curtain came down and people clapped, it's like the energy returned to the audience and to the actor. And then the psychic would just see an ordinary aura that the actor had, and the aura went back to the audience. So there was this interactive kind of a thing, which is very much akin to falling in love. That when you fall in love with someone, that person is in the limelight and is bathed in a certain kind of Aphrodite light. The person looks beautiful to you. You're fascinated by everything that you see. I mean, beauty is in the eye or the heart of the beholder. And you see his or her beauty. And you're fascinated by every detail of that person's life. And there is a quality when it's mutual, in which both you and your loved one become greater than life, God and goddess, as the energy field between you is enhanced by what the ancients might have called Aphrodite's golden light, for she was called the golden goddess. And as in the Aphrodite experience, one is drawn in and changed by the experience. And it's very much metaphorically like what Aphrodite instills sexually. There's an attraction, there's a connection, a depth through communication, out of which comes new life. And when people meet, whether it is in sexual intercourse, it brings forth actually a baby, or in conversational intercourse in which the depths of one's souls are touched, out of which comes really a conversation that goes to the heights and goes to the depths and affects both people. There is an in-the-moment spontaneity and beauty that happens whenever Aphrodite is present. And Aphrodite is present in sensual experience, in sexual experience, and in creative experience. And there's something about Aphrodite that also is concerned with intensity and the here and now. And her time sense is very different from the other goddesses. And so when Aphrodite is a strong archetype, or when Aphrodite becomes constellated in a woman, suddenly old values get changed, and all that matters is whatever the love is in that moment. And it could be another person, or it could be a passion for doing something. I mean, Aphrodite, certain Aphrodite energy is not just people-oriented. It can be brought into all kinds of creative work as well. A woman who is like Aphrodite is a woman who can be totally engrossed in whatever she's doing, and it's often another person. And that can be very seductive, because if a woman is Aphrodite-like in her archetype, and if she also happens to be a beautiful woman or an attractive woman, then what she does can be very seductive and very misunderstood. Because think about how you act when you are in love with somebody. I mean, you hang on every word, you think they're beautiful, you're fascinated by everything they say, and there's a certain energy that happens. Well, an Aphrodite woman often goes about doing that all the time, that she is genuinely interested in people, and she draws people out, focusing her attention on them as if they're the only thing that exists in the world for that moment. And that is very, very attractive. Then she gets into trouble because men and women alike feel that they are more important to her than she herself may feel. She's just doing her thing. She's just relating to somebody new at a cocktail party or something. He or she feels as if this attractive woman is really enamored or fascinated, and then when, say, he calls her up and asks for a date and she doesn't really want to go out with him, he feels led on, outraged, and then says something like, "You bitch." And she has, she is left wondering, what on earth, what on earth did I do to warrant this hostility? And it's, metaphorically, the mistake is one that I like to use in terms of a glass of wine and a wine connoisseur. A wine connoisseur is interested in meeting a new wine. And every new wine that he or she meets is appreciated in a certain way. I mean, the wine connoisseur looks at the wine, looks at its color, its clarity, smells its bouquet, takes a sip of it, lingers over it, has another sip, tastes the aftertaste. And there is a loving attention to every quality that matters in the wine that is paid to every single wine. And for a wine to think that because of that attention, the wine connoisseur loves it or thinks it's vintage is a tremendous mistake. And that's the mistake people make when they're not used to an Aphrodite attention placed on them, and a woman comes along and does that. And that mistake leads to often much pain for the other person, but also some anguish for the Aphrodite woman who doesn't understand why this hostility. The Aphrodite archetype has its beginnings paralleling the mythology of Aphrodite. Aphrodite has two origins in her mythology, one that is quite bizarre and one that is quite ordinary. In the bizarre version, going back to Gaia and Uranus, here was Uranus refusing to allow the progeny of Gaia to see the light of day, and he buried their progeny in her body, and she was in great pain. And so she called on her Titan children to come to her aid, and all of them except Kronos were afraid of Uranus. But Kronos, unafraid of his father, offered Gaia help, and took from Gaia a sickle, a sharp metal sickle, and a plan. And one night when Uranus the sky came to lie upon Gaia, lying in wait was their son Kronos. And as Uranus came near, Kronos took that sickle and lopped off his father's genitals and threw them into the ocean. He emasculated his father. He became with that act also the chief god. Meanwhile, the genitals floated in the sea, until at some point in the mixture of, say, blood and foam and sperm, out of which was born, in full-grown form, the most beautiful goddess of them all, Aphrodite. And one sees her as the most beautiful goddess. She was called a golden goddess. She was usually portrayed as a blonde woman. And there's that famous painting by Botticelli of Venus standing on the shell that I call Venus on the half shell, or Aphrodite on the half shell, where she was born out of the sea. And in her mythology, she was born out of the sea, came ashore at Cyprus or at Cythera, and then was immediately acknowledged as an Olympian goddess. And when she was introduced into the company of the Olympians, every single eligible male god wanted her as his wife. And so they all vied for her. And unlike any other goddess who was chosen by a god, Aphrodite got to pick and choose herself. And she chose Hephaestus, the lame god of the forge, as her official husband. And no sooner was she married to him than she practically became unfaithful to him. But that is one of the origins of Aphrodite. The other origin of Aphrodite was one that Homer told, and Homer did not like bizarre stories. And so what he did was say that Aphrodite was the daughter of Zeus and a sea nymph named Dione, and that she came into the world in much the ordinary way. In real-life women, there are parallel births of this archetype. In adolescence, often a young woman will experience the birth of Aphrodite in her as if from the collective unconscious, as if from the sea, cut off from relationship. I've heard women describe how it was when they first became sexually aware, maybe at 13 or 14, when they went out on a date and started getting into heavy petting, and they realized the power of the sexual impulse in them towards wanting consummation and wanting more. And a young woman for whom the wish for sexuality and orgasm is as great as, say, a more exploring young man, can't get away with it in this culture. A young girl of 13 or 14 or 15 who puts out for a number of boys is looked down upon, is called a slut, is shunned by the nice girls and taken advantage by the not-so-nice boys. And her self-esteem suffers a lot. Plus she might get anything from herpes to an unexpected, unplanned-for baby. So the young girl in which Aphrodite comes full-blown as an archetype, cut off from a significant relationship, is in real jeopardy in this culture. And many young women have gone through that experience. Others talk about being aware of their danger and fortunate to have an archetype like Athena around or Artemis around to sort of help them to not just fall into being embodied Aphrodites. One woman I know spoke of the awareness of the power of Aphrodite in her, but she was also a rather scholarly person, and so she describes her own realization that she had better go to a high academic all-girls school, and she did. The second way that Aphrodite is born is in women for whom the other archetypes are the more predominant ones, and who might be sexually active. For example, Artemis women often try on sex much as they explore anything else. And yet some real Aphrodite quality is missing until that particular archetype becomes constellated, usually in what the equivalent of Homer's ordinary relationship. That is, say, somewhere along the line, a woman with another archetype predominating finds herself in a relationship, and in that relationship becomes sexually orgasmic and passionate for the first time. It may not happen right away. It usually doesn't happen right away. It more often develops over time, and in the process she becomes aware of an archetype in her that she was not aware of before. She becomes aware of being a sensual woman, of not just being living in her head, for example, of having a sense of her body and having almost a kind of kinesthetic feel for the curvatures of her body. And she has a feeling of when she is in Aphrodite, and that comes, say, later in life, paralleling the second birth of Aphrodite. Aphrodite, in her mythology, married Hephaestus, had no children with Hephaestus, but it's said that since Hephaestus was the only god who worked and who created things, he created beautiful armor and beautiful things out of metal, and there's a thought that when you marry the god of craft to the god of love and beauty, that you get works of art as the progeny. But in every other relationship, children actually were born by Aphrodite in them, so that she had a passionate, ongoing relationship with the god of war, Ares. And that must have been some relationship, because the two most powerful emotions, love and war, got together, and out of which came 3 children. 2 of them resembled the father, Ares, and their names were Fear and Terror, and they would go with Ares onto the battlefield. But interestingly enough, their 3rd child was a daughter whose name was Harmony, or Harmonia. And it would seem, if the opposites are perfectly balanced, that it might be possible to give birth to harmony. And that was their child. And then Aphrodite was drawn into a love affair with Hermes, the messenger god. And they had one child who had the name and the sexual characteristics of both parents. This was Hermaphroditus, who had breasts and male genitals, and may represent either the bisexuality that can be present with Aphrodite sometimes, or the potential for androgyny. But at any rate, those were the children that Aphrodite had with the gods. In her mythology, human women often suffered when Aphrodite cursed them with love, and that in several occasions, and at the beginning of the Amor and Psyche myth, the fact that Aphrodite can be a curse to woman is clearly brought out, because here is Aphrodite incensed that Psyche is being called an Aphrodite come to earth, or a second Aphrodite, and incensed that a mere human girl is being honored as a goddess. She directs her son Eros to make Psyche fall in love with the vilest of men, as if falling in love and being bonded by that the passionateness of that love to someone who causes you to suffer is a curse of Aphrodite. And this certainly is true. I mean, you can see women who fall in love with men who really treat them badly, and yet they cannot get away. They are cursed by that love. In mythology, there was Phaedra, who was cursed, who was made by Aphrodite to fall in love with her arrogant son, Hippolytus. And she tried to fight it. She knew it was an illicit love. Her efforts to fight it made her sick, and a kind of meddling servant found out the reason why her mistress was languishing, and that Phaedra was deeply in love with her stepson and was fighting the feelings. And the servant went to the stepson and told him that his stepmother was in love with him. And this stepson, who worshipped the goddess of chastity, one of the goddess of chastity, Artemis, and was a bit of a prick, really, in his attitude, had no sympathy at all, and was scornful and contemptuous, and spoke with such hostility and contempt about Phaedra, who was honorably trying to hold the line, that she, in her own despair and anger, killed herself and left a note saying that the stepson had tried to rape her and was responsible for her suicide. And then when her husband Theseus came home and found the note and believed it, he called upon Poseidon to kill his own son. And so that's one of those Greek tragedy stories, but the innocent bystander in the story really was Phaedra. And Phaedra was caught in this love sickness for someone who was really bad for her. And another human mortal who suffered the same fate was a woman called Mira, who Aphrodite caused to fall in love with her own father. And so at night she came to him in disguise, and they had this affair by night. And then one day he discovered that it was his own daughter, and his reaction of horror at this incest was so great that he decided to blame her, and blaming her for it all, the father set out to kill the daughter, and she fled from him and was turned into a myrrh tree out of which Adonis was born. So that women didn't do too well with Aphrodite. And this is often very true for human women, that the goddess may not always be kind in her making a woman fall in love. At other times, she was responsible for answering the prayer for love. And one of the major myths here is the story of Pygmalion. And Pygmalion was a sculptor and a ruler of a country, and he made a beautiful statue of a woman. And he despaired because he could not find a wife that pleased him as much as his statue. And so he went to the festival of Aphrodite, and he prayed to the goddess that she might find him a wife that was as beautiful as his statue. And then he went home to his castle, or wherever it was where the statue was, and as was his custom, he greeted the statue with a kiss. But because Aphrodite had heard the prayer, the statue was turned into a living woman who became Galatea and his wife. And Aphrodite has as an archetype, has the ability to bring stone to life. Just the opposite of Athena, who can turn people to stone. Aphrodite can bring life into people with what can be called the Pygmalion effect. And the Pygmalion effect was described by a research psychologist named Robert Rosenthal, who described it in relationship to children and teachers. And he and his research colleagues had gone into some ghetto schools and tested every kid in the school, and at the end of which he would tell the teachers that certain children in their classes were underachievers. And the teachers then looked at these kids differently and thought, oh, there's more potential there than I thought. A year later, the researchers came back and tested all the children again, and sure enough, they found that those labeled underachievers did much better a year later. The thing of it was that these children were chosen at random. They weren't really underachievers. It was just, perhaps they were in that all the children in the school were underachievers, but it was the attention of the teacher that expected more of these kids that drew it out. And the Pygmalion effect is something that is very important in any kind of relationship where growth of what is potentially there and beautiful is needed. So as psychotherapists, it's important to be able to have some Aphrodite consciousness, to see what is potentially there, to see the beauty that is latent in the person, the beauty of ability, the possibility of getting well, the possibility of being able to do something that that person has not done before, to see it as potentially there because it really is there, and to draw it out is that Pygmalion effect. And I know as a writer by avocation of editors who have abilities to draw things out, and I call that kind of a green thumb effect, versus editors whose critical attitude towards my work might as well have given them a black thumb, and that my creativity would shrivel instead of blossom, depending on the kind of energy and belief and encouragement, the capacity for a Pygmalion effect that other person might have. So whether it be a mentor or an editor or a psychotherapist or a teacher or a parent, whatever it is, when a woman focuses on someone else with Aphrodite consciousness and sees what's potentially there and draws it out, she is producing a Pygmalion effect. And in Seasons of a Man's Life, describing the growth, psychological growth of successful men, Daniel Levinson's talked about the significance of that key woman in that man's life when he was, say, a young adult, that the woman who was the vision carrier for the dream. And that is, if you have a dream, you need someone who believes in it too. And women have often carried that for men, for their children, for their students, whatever. And it's only, and my feeling is that one of the reasons for, up to now, the lack of whatever it is in the culture, the lack of a outstanding woman artist or woman composer or woman this or woman that, may very well be that women were not seen as potentially able to do that. There was nobody to share the dream. Someone like Georgia O'Keeffe, who was able to live out the dream, had a sense of becoming an artist when she was still a very young girl, at a time when women did not become artists. But she believed that she could become an artist, yet it took a man who was able to do for her what women do for many men. And this was Alfred Stieglitz, who was her mentor, her lover, and later her husband, and who had the gallery that brought new art into New York. And he saw in Georgia O'Keeffe's work the potential that came later. And that helped make Georgia O'Keeffe possible, that someone else could also believe in the dream. And that is one of the strongest parts of the Aphrodite woman, is her ability to do that when that energy goes into relationships headed for growth. The woman who lives out Aphrodite can live out Aphrodite on many levels. As I said before, the categories differ in that the first category, the virgin goddess, is interested in pursuing something, often over time, that has personal significance to her, so that it leads with Athena and Artemis to the potential of achievement. The vulnerable goddesses, because they are relationship-oriented, have a propensity for allowing enduring relationship over time. Aphrodite, in the alchemical category, has a whole other value system, and that is intensity. And that means that when intensity is valued, she will go for whatever it is. If she is an artist, it means that she is intensely involved in what she's doing of the moment. It could be a drama, it could be a work of art, it could be a dance, and she's just totally there. And then when that particular work is finished, it's like it never existed, and she goes on and immerses herself in the next one. And that's how she may carry on with relationships. She falls in love easily. And there's something about Aphrodite, the field, and if someone falls in love with you, it constellates and invites a reciprocalness back. And Aphrodite women go around projecting this stuff onto people who respond to her, and then she sometimes falls into the same field that she's created. And so Aphrodite women fall in love a lot. In fact, they need to learn sometimes that it's no big deal to fall in love. After the 20th time they've fallen in love, they need to know that that's just the way they get acquainted. That it does not mean that this person is the love of their life at all. At any rate, Aphrodite women tend to then be more concerned about serial relationships than enduring ones. And what's right for an Aphrodite woman would be disastrous for a vulnerable goddess woman. And in fact, many Aphrodite women need to develop other goddesses because their tendency to fall in love often has nothing to do with the appropriateness of the man. I mean, looking at who Aphrodite herself became attracted to, they were the interesting, intense equivalents of men. The Ares, the god of war, was emotionally unstable, and he would run amok on the battlefield. Hephaestus was brooding, lived under a volcano, and was rejected by both parents and had all kinds of intense problems, probably. And here was dance-away lover Hermes, who was here today and gone tomorrow. And all of them were fascinating, unstable, non-husband material men. And the woman who has Aphrodite in her is attracted to this kind of man through the Aphrodite part of her, but the rest of her may really need a more stable, good man. And until she gets a sense of what her pattern is, she may get involved with one disastrous relationship after another and really find that she's suffering from it. So the need is to rein in the Aphrodite some often. But without Aphrodite, a woman's life is duller. I mean, Aphrodite really does enliven women a whole lot and makes living, I mean, so many of the human potential movement activities have to do with teaching people to be here now, be in the present. And Aphrodite is great at that. As a pattern, it's sensate here and now. And when women, for example, are not able to be sensual and sexual and go to a Masters and Johnson type of therapist, often what they learn is something called sensate focusing. How to be here now. How not to be goal-oriented. Don't push to have the orgasm. Enjoy the sensation of the massage or something now. And that is what Aphrodite teaches, really. A beauty and love in the moment that vitalizes life. But if Aphrodite runs a woman's life, then she may be indeed in trouble. And her problems are the ones I've mentioned, but also they extend beyond that because of the positive side of here and now allows for intensity and experience and glow and all that. But if you live only in the here and now, you find out that consequences follow. And an Aphrodite woman may, say, fall in love with a beautiful dress or a beautiful piece of art and put it on the credit card. And the pay later does come up, and she has all kinds of trouble with that. Plus, people do find that she's undependable, that she says with all kinds of passion and intensity that when she's involved with you as a friend, for example, and you're doing something that is just really fascinating together, and she says, we have to do this next week. I'll see you next week at the same time. Well, next week at the same time, an hour before she has, say, you in mind, she may be equally caught up in whatever she's doing then, and you're stood up. And pretty soon, people get mad at Aphrodite women who have to learn something about paying attention to Athena time or something like that. So clearly, Aphrodite adds a bit of spice and life to life, but can, as with all the goddesses, except Hestia, create problems for women. Now, in thinking about how all of these goddesses can be activated in every woman, one begins to understand how complex and complicated it may be to have these various goddesses vying for attention or vying for action or vying for behavior in your psyche. Sometimes it's fairly easy because one goddess will sort of take over for a segment of life. And so there's a certain potential for a serialness of things, that you can think about the kind of adolescent you were and realize that a particular goddess was the ruling goddess of that period of your life. And you can think of who you were in college, and maybe there will be another goddess or added to that one, or a different one takes over, or maybe you get married and have a child, and suddenly there's more Demeter and Hera for a segment of your life, and then comes midlife and it's up for grabs again sometime. Or there is the postmenopausal period, which makes a Demeter woman depressed, and according to Margaret Mead, gives other women postmenopausal zest because it's now time for other archetypes to go out and play or have their day. So there's a serial quality sometimes of which archetypes come into being and the life situations that constellate it. And then there is a time when a situation causes the equivalent of a war inside the woman. And often it has something to do with major decisions that have to do with the values of the three categories of goddesses, so that one gets accidentally pregnant and there's Demeter saying have the baby, and there is Athena saying have the abortion. There is the opportunity to have a fascinating new job, and there is Artemis saying go for it, and there's Hera saying the marriage is going to get in difficulty if you don't do it. There is the sudden appearance of Aphrodite in your life, and one falls in love, and then there's a choice of what is stronger. Is Aphrodite stronger, or if you're married and you have kids, does your Demeter Hera side say no to the affair and no to the relationship? I mean, all along the way, when there are significant choices to be made, very often there is an internal struggle as to which archetype will predominate. And it's not always easy to make the decision as to which, about making choices, but I think that as with consciousness raising in knowledge of stereotypes, so consciousness raising comes into play with the archetypes. When you know about the archetypes, you can make choices rather than be acted upon unconsciously. And sometimes those choices take a long time to make. In Georgia O'Keeffe's case, for example, she had wanted to be an artist since she was a kid, but she had also wanted to be a mother. And Alfred Stieglitz, who was her lover, husband, mentor, was some 20-plus years older than she, and had 20 or 30 years older than she was, and had already been married and had some grown children. And when the two of them got together, Georgia had wanted a child and Stieglitz did not at all. And Stieglitz maintained that she could not live out and fulfill her potential as an artist if she became a mother. And O'Keeffe apparently waffled, wavered, struggled with this decision for 5 years. And her biographer says that what seemed to decide it and put the question to rest occurred the year in which two events happened. One, Alfred Stieglitz's own daughter had born a child and went into a postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression that she did not recover from. So Georgia saw one of the negative potentials of having a child and saw the effect on Alfred Stieglitz in watching this daughter not recover from this postpartum illness. And also that same year, O'Keeffe had her first successful one-woman show. So it became evident for the first time that the dream could become real. And it would seem like those two experiences together made her choose to be the artist and to let go of the possibility of being a mother. Well, that one took 5 years. Other decisions may only take 10 minutes, like what to do this Sunday when there is a women's meeting to go to. There is the husband saying, come over to a family event. There's a kid saying, take me to a soccer game. I mean, who do you Hestia saying, stay at home? I mean, what? You have to sometimes decide on the spot a decision like that, which goddess will have a say. And I like the model, and I wrote a chapter called Which Goddess Gets the Golden Apple, which has to do with which goddess do you favor and make a choice as to honor. But the model of how the decision process is made belongs to Joseph Wheelwright, who was one of my mentors in San Francisco, and he talked about us all being like a committee, in that given the Jungian model, there would be the 7 goddesses, but there would be animus figures, there would be child figures, there would be wise old woman figures. I mean, we're complex people. There are a lot of committee members sitting around that table. And a well-run psyche has a solid ego chairing the committee. And that ego will listen to and give time for all of the divine elements, and will consider not only what the archetypes are demanding or wanting, but what the outer situation, what reality is all about. And then we'll stay with it until a decision is made that the woman can live with, knowing that the price of whatever she decided to do was what she was willing to give up to pay for it. And when a woman actively chooses, she has energy to continue on that particular course that she has chosen. If she looks upon herself as a victim, that she decided this, but only because to please her husband, or only because her mother said to do this, that, or the other thing, then she may make the same decision But somehow there is a dragging of the feet, a resentment, an element that keeps her mired and uncertain. And so it's really very important for decisions to be made in a conscious way, where the woman says, I know this about myself and I choose. And decisions that are rooted in the deeper archetypes usually are the better ones for a woman. I mean, if she is in a situation in which other people would say the prudent decision would be to do X, but she herself knows that archetypally the situation touches something very deep and significant in her, she might do better to go against what the prudent decision is, to live out what is personally significant, and personally significant because it is connected to a depth in her psyche. So this is one way of looking at the goddesses and how to think and feel about them. The more you know about the various aspects of yourself and the various aspects of these goddesses in the women in your lives, the more of a sense that you have of what is going on, and the more compassion you have for yourself and for the women, other women in your life. And then from that can come often good decisions and conscious ones. So that it has really been my hope that bringing goddesses in every woman out in the world really will help empower women in a whole different way than the women's movement did. Empower her to know herself better and to make then personal decisions that are personally significant. So that's my introduction to you of the goddesses. And I think it's time we can take time for a break and have an hour of questions and dialogue back and forth. So why don't we take a 10-minute break?
Could you say some more about the focus of the women's spirituality as you see it as it relates to goddess religions or organized religions?
Well, there's a fascinating movement in the women's movement, and it's hard to say what it is. It varies from, it has as its basis women saying, I don't like the patriarchal religions either. And so it began with not liking patriarchal definitions or stereotypes in roles and in economic life, and that has extended on into one's religious life. And women are aware that the patriarchal religions were not there at the beginning, that they in fact they took over what was a matriarchal religion. And in some way there are various acts of affirmation and rebellion in the spiritual side of things that individual women and groups of women are doing. And it is anything from what is what I describe as women's quest, which is not, which is just affirming the spirituality of women and the form being a participatory and ritual kind of expression, to round dances on hills at the solstices in active worship of goddesses, which is also happening. There's a strong goddess movement that is happening among women now, and it is on one end honoring the archetypes that the goddess represent in women, to an active worship of the great goddess, and anything in between. And I think the reason for spirituality being the last wave of the women's movement is that women have been unnurtured. They've been supported, they've been affirmed, they've been validated, they've been empowered by the women's movement, but they also often find that they are unspiritually nourished and that they are tired, and that a focus on what would be access to the archetype of the self in whatever form it is, through bringing the spiritual element in, provides both affiliation and a sense of spirituality, which is personally valuable. So I don't know where it's going, but it's interesting that it's sort of bubbling and happening. Yes?
Where do you think that women can find their fulfillment and their wholeness? Would it be in an understanding of these goddesses and what makes them fit? Or would they be more apt to find it in their relationships, in their yin-yang situation, or their reactions to other people, or their spirituality?
I think it's a very individual kind of thing, that one's personal individuation has to do with where your own energy seems to want to go and whether you can appreciate that it is a means towards wholeness. And whatever is newest in your psyche bubbles up, and often it then is projected outward onto something else, or you're drawn to something else. It's like the difference between what has vitality and what is boring. And if you are drawn to something, whether it be in relationship or your own creativity or something, and your heart is in it, then usually there's a sense of personal growth that goes along with whatever it is. And I think that it is important to just keep on realizing that growth is what wholeness is aimed towards. And so whatever comes up for you that seems to be inviting you to grow, the choice may be to say yes to it and know more what it's pulling you towards. And as you grow into a new aspect, there's one more piece. And wholeness is something that I don't know that we ever really achieve, because then it's sort of like, what's the we're maybe here for, maybe we've done what we came for.
That's probably the end. So in other words, knowing yourself as you go along helps you make those decisions.
Yes. And doing what matters to you, not what matters to somebody else. See? Yeah.
Okay. Speaking, following up on what you just said about wholeness, never quite to the end. Going back to originally when you were talking about the myth of Atalanta, her slaying the boar, and you referred to killing the shadow. Well, I don't see that as ever happening either. I mean, different components of the shadow, but I just wanted to have you elaborate a little bit more on that use of it.
Well, I actually don't think you kill off the shadow, you transform it, and in that case the boar skin, the attacking boar was transformed into a helper boar skin. I don't think we ever destroy anything in our psyches. What we do is we become conscious of it, we change it, we come into a different relationship with it, that kind of thing. Yes?
I have several questions. The first is that the one archetype, which is perhaps not a goddess archetype, but a human archetype that was not addressed, is the priestess archetype, the one who draws the fire from heaven, or else the power from the earth, and then projects it and harnesses the forces of the invisible spirit, and then uses it to work with the community in a spiritual sense. And it seems that her affiliation in terms of relationship is with the energy, rather than, she may or may not have physical human relationships, but that's like secondary to her work with the energy. And can you speak to that, or does it fall into one of the 7 goddess archetypes?
It may not fit into any one in particular. When I think about the various associations with fire, Hestia is associated with fire, and it's but it seems to not be the same blazing kind of fire that might be associated with Artemis's torches, or Aphrodite as a passionate goddess. There's a even though she wasn't symbolized by fire, people talk about her fire. And there's Aphrodite, more than other goddesses, seem to be tracks where the energy is. So it may be that has to be a component in a woman who is a priestess. I think a woman who is a priestess probably integrates several functions. That she may be a mix of Hestia, Persephone, and Aphrodite and Artemis, for example. that she may be, through her Artemis nature, be in touch with nature's forces, through Persephone be able to be mediumistic with what is underground, through Aphrodite have a sense of sort of passion and intensity, and through Hestia have a sense of the spiritual center. And it may be in her priestess side that she integrates these various aspects of herself and has a calling. I think that when a person has something to live out that is big enough for her, it is usually because it calls upon the integration of many different aspects of herself. So she is more than just one or two goddesses.
The second question was, what does an Aphrodite do when the lights are off? Meaning, it's like, as you said, with the actors,
Yes.
they become bigger than life.
Yes.
From the energy of the audience.
Mm-hmm.
And frequently audiences will be surprised to find that when the actor comes out the stage door that they're only human size.
Right.
And sometimes the therapist or the person who is doing the healing work will find that the interaction, the Aphrodite quality of the alchemical interaction between client and themselves is so drawing and integrative that when they're done, it's like the rest of their life is totally boring. And so what I'm saying is, what does the actor, the Aphrodite person, do to create that sense of aliveness or what do they do kind of in the interim period when the stage lights are on?
I think maybe I'll frame your question in a different way. It's my understanding that if you're a therapist, one of the things that happens is that people bring to you the most significant hour of their lives each week. And there's therefore a quality of an intensity and an archetypal material depth that makes it difficult for therapists often to be comfortable with ordinary friendships. Is that what you mean? Hmm. Well, it is a problem. It really is one of the reasons why therapists are... It's hoped that therapists have some real life of their own other than the ones in their office that does draw them in some significant way, because otherwise there is just that is so much life exists in the office, and yet that is not the same as your personal life. And there is and there's also the I gave at the office syndrome, where because you spent so much quality time relating at the office that you really don't bother very much with your own personal relationships, and consequently they start to atrophy. And I think there really is a need to know, for example, what your maximum number of hours you can see a day and still have energy left over. I mean, if you really do give at the office to such an extent that you don't want to talk to anybody when you get out, then you're going to get in trouble. So I think there's that balance. Yes? Yeah. Tom.
For background, I recall a conversation recently where I was saying that Dionysus seemed to be a great animist figure, and the woman I was talking to said, "Oh, I always thought he was a male shadow." I noticed in your discussion of Hestia in your book, you use male gods in two ways. You talk about Hermes as being the commercial man, that is, as a pattern for males. But when you mention Apollo and Poseidon, these seem to be more elemental forces in a woman, that is, logos and emotion flowing up from the unconscious. And if I perceive this correctly, you're using these things in two ways. That is, you're using the gods and goddesses as patterns for people, but you also use them as other representations of psychic factors. I'm not exactly sure how to phrase this in a proper Athena-style question.
Little inconsistencies here and there.
Right. Well, I'm not sure if there are inconsistencies, but multiple uses, as if there should be four books. Goddesses in every woman, the gods in every man, the gods in every woman, and the goddesses in every man.
There should be.
And,
There should be.
I was wondering if you have some other observations on For example, the male deities as they apply to women's psyches, or, though I'm not sure that you've been thinking about it as much yet, the goddesses as they would be for male psyches.
In describing like Hermes in relationship to Hestia as well, I think what I need to do is backtrack some, is that though I don't emphasize it a lot, in developing the idea that a thinking Athena woman might just be herself rather than have an animus do it for her, I introduce the idea that, and I think proportionally, as with everything that is studied, and I didn't say it in my book, but as with everything that's studied, usually when you study it and you say, and differentiate its percentage in women versus percentage in men, usually whatever is studied, 2/3 of whatever is studied is predominantly more in one sex than the other. So that I would gather that probably 2/3 of women are predominantly in the Jungian model, where they have a relationship-oriented ego and have a less developed contrasexual aspect of themselves, the animus, that needs development over time. And that 1/3 of women start out as Artemis and Athena and then need to develop often their relationship side over time in order to have both present. Now, I differentiate on two levels about whether it's animus versus whether it's Artemis or Athena. And one is the subjective, does this feel like me? Is this me or not me, or I or not I? And the other is what shows up in the dream life of the woman as whatever that ability is might be developed. And in say, women who have been who are, say, embarking on something in the world, and in their dream life they might either have as a companion another woman whose ability to do whatever that is more developed than themselves as a companion, or they may have a masculine figure that grows up over time as she gets more competent in the world. She might start out dealing with an adolescent boy and end up with a grown man as a companion. She might begin with somebody being a male figure being sort of hostile to her, judging of her, to having that same figure turn into an ally. And so I look at the masculine figures in a woman's psyche from that standpoint. I don't really think it makes much difference, actually, the gender of the qualities, but this is very Jungian to sort of put a gender on them. And when the dreams show up with genders, and it's relevant. So I was using the male gods on two or three different ways, actually, in the book. One is what a woman's animus might look like. And I described the political activist, playwright Susan Griffin, who in her activist role and author of Women in Pornography and her being an ex-Ramparts editor and her public speaking style, she's very much a Hermes. She's mercurial, she's sharp, she's bright, she goes from the heights to the depths. She identifies with Hermes as an animus quality in herself. And in her very private moment, she's very much of a Hestia, so that she's quite different in her interior life and in her personal life as she is in the world side. And that's true of many women, that they may be out in the world with a very well-functioning animus who resembles one of the deities. It could be Hermes if it's the communicator. If it's a kind of authority masculine, it could be like Zeus. If so that one's animus can resemble one of the male gods. And then we have as an anima and animus in ourselves that which is the image of what a male or a female ought to be like, so that women are drawn to types of men. And some women are drawn to men who are authority figures and patriarchal figures, and Athena women are, as are Hera women, while Artemis women don't want anybody who thinks that he's bigger and more authoritarian, etc. She wants a brother more and an equal more, and so she will be attracted to a man who is more in the model of an Olympian son rather than an Olympian father. And the image of what an ideal man is like resembles one of the Greek gods, and it varies in her what that image looks like. So the image might look like a Greek god of sorts. And then she may be attracted then to a man who lives out one of these archetypes, and the man can be then seen as resembling one of these Greek gods. And the only other place that I described it as more of an elemental force was with Apollo and Poseidon, in reference to the nonverbal, centered, intuitively known quality that a Hestia woman has, and yet she cannot defend it, so that if someone comes along, the potential to be off-centered by either a whole barrage of logic a la Apollo, or a tremendous amount of motion like Poseidon, the god of the sea with the big waves, threatens to take the Hestia woman, to overcome the Hestia woman. And there I described it as more elemental forces, but they actually could also be described as qualities in certain men she might be attracted to, or even animus qualities. I mean, if the logical part, if the Apollo part of a woman with a Hestia element takes over, then he will often put out the fire and not value her spending being time. See, Hestia has to do with being, and so much of our lives have to do with doing. And that is, I think, especially for responsible women, one of the heavy things to look at. That if you spend all your life doing in the world, producing, being productive, being responsible, what about the time, what about just sort of hanging out? What about cleaning up a room or arranging something just because it settles your soul? What about walking on a beach because it makes you feel better, or watching a bud open because it puts you in touch with something deeper? But nobody's going to give you brownie points for it. Least of all Apollo, who says be linear and productive. And the emotional part of a woman might also say, well, what are you doing so sort of self-centeredly, just being, lying in the sun, for example, and feeling better? Why don't you be out more emoting, relating, what have you? And so there is all of those things. Yes?
About the Persephone's young girl, and as a both clinically and within my own family, how does one nurture the Persephone or stand by while she gets abducted? A lot of times I've actually felt like Demeter's, just sort of stomping around totally ineffectual on Earth. What kinds of things have you run into this clinically and perhaps in your own life?
Well, one of the things is that Persephone may look like she's been abducted, but she may be acting like the Persephone who actually did choose to eat the 3 pomegranate seeds, but then acted as if somehow someone made her do it. Because Persephones are like that. They never come out and say, I am taking this stand because it matters to me. So there's sort of a confused look about a Persephone that might be deceptive, that in fact there is something going on in which she's making choices, but she's not owning up to the choices. And along the way, she does change and grow through the choices she makes. So that's one thing. The other is really giving her some time and space to figure things out herself. That it's so tempting because she looks so vulnerable and looks so in need of being either abducted or rescued. And, that's the question. The people who come along, are they rescuing her or are they abducting her? There she is, sitting there looking as if she needs help or needs something. And they'll take over for her. And she's only too willing to let somebody take over. And it's often harder just to sort of have faith that she'll muddle around for a while, but if you give her enough time, she just may find that she is in fact on her course.
There was the feminine mystique in the 70s, the feminist mystique, and then the human spirituality. Are you saying that you feel will be, or is a part of the 80s? And if so, how do you feel that will be tolerated in the patriarchy, considering that we haven't even, gotten the goals that we were working for in the 60s and the 70s? How is women's spirituality going to really survive?
Probably quietly. There are more and more women entering theology and divinity schools, and it's like in the professional schools, what happened to law schools, business schools, then medicine is now happening to theology. And with each wave, theology is, say, 10 years behind, but then women enter theology and bring the new feminist spirit with it. And changes are affected. And one of the disappointments at being an activist on the feminist side is then seeing women enter a profession and assume that they are entitled to everything we fought for them to get, without any awareness of the history that it took something to get those privileges that are now entitlements. But on the other hand, it's wonderful that women think of them as entitlements, that things have changed that much, that a woman thinks, of course I can become a surgical resident. If I want to be a surgeon and I'm good at this, of course I'll be one. When 10 years ago, women were not accepted into surgical residencies. I mean, in many ways it is marvelous, and that means things have changed. And I think there is always, what was it, Hegelian idea that there is thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. And we have the pendulum swinging back and forth all the time, but somehow things shift over. I mean, it doesn't go back where it began. There's a spiral. We travel through time in a spiral also, so that we have, say, a Reagan backlash or a patriarchal backlash, and yet we don't go back 2 decades. We just get pushed back some. It's sort of like in doing therapy, there's that feeling that people take 2 steps forward and 1 step back. But, at that pace they are getting somewhere, and I think that's true for women in the women's movement.
Isn't that the Hunter's monkey syndrome, though? You work so hard for it, and then they just have it.
Yes, they just have it. True.
Would you speak a bit to the creativity as expressed in Aphrodite other than in her sexuality?
The creative side of Aphrodite and the relationship side of Aphrodite are very similar. It's just what she attends to, whether what she's focusing on is another person that she falls in love with, or work that she falls in love with. That when Aphrodite consciousness is brought to work, then that work is a turn-on. That work is fascinating, and she throws herself into it with a passion, and stays with it until it runs its course. And then that phase of her creativity will end, usually, because she's not somebody that wants to keep on doing variations on a theme or something like that. It's when it loses its life, she moves on to something else, which sometimes means that unless she is an artist or a dancer or somebody for whom creative work is expected to move on, that she may, in her professional life, suffer from not staying with something until it develops further, because she moves on to something else. Well, Hecate was the goddess of the crossroads, and there's an addition to the myth of Persephone, in that it is said that once Persephone emerged from the underworld, Hecate accompanied her wherever she went. And what that seems to mean sometimes is when a woman has truly gone into the underworld of the collective unconscious, into her own depths, that she emerges with a wise and eccentric woman as part of her psyche, that in many ways someone who has been through a serious encounter with the unconscious is quite eccentric and different, and some people think she's a little bit weird, which were all characteristics that Hecate sometimes got labeled with. And there's, in the classical idea of the great goddess, there was the maiden, the matron, and the crone, and the tripartite goddess that what's his name, Graves talks about, Robert Graves talks about. And Hecate represents the crone aspect of that. And I think I was saying to somebody that when I live for 20 more years, I will write something more about her. But given that I needed to know each of the goddesses in myself, in a sense, to write about the goddesses, I really felt I didn't know that much about her, both in terms of myself and in terms of the women I work with, because it's interesting being a therapist that as I grow older, my patients grow older, and they all stay about 5 years in real age, or in chronological age, or in psychological age. I manage to stay about 5 years ahead of them as I go. So I think, as I add another 20 years, and not only will I be there, but I will be seeing other women who are there too, and then I will know about this particular archetype a lot more. But now I just have a sense of her, of her as an introverted aspect of woman that is wise and kind of witchy in ways that the witches were seen in a positive way, that is, close to nature, to caves, to origins, who sit at crossroads and at interfaces between the upper and lower, the dark and the night, and things like that. I mean, she's some interesting woman, a goddess, this Hecate. Catherine?
Just about this myth. And I read Tristan's Goddess in your book, sort of at the same time. And she talks about, both of you talk about the importance of the details of a myth, and how the totality, there's a totality to the myth. And in using the word archetype, you both indicate energy that comes once you get hooked into it.
Right.
Could you talk about archetypes, and what it is, and how it relates to myth?
Well, starting with the idea of myth, is if something stays alive in the imaginations of the human race for 2,500 years, then it's because there's something about those stories that are alive. And the only reason they are alive has something to do with their resonating with something that we know already, that it's a picture of or an expression of something that we delight in hearing the stories because somehow it is a truth or a reality or a pattern or something that we are patterned to appreciate, which I think of as one characteristic of archetypes. Archetypes don't have any names, but they are made up of the, say, collective experience of the human race, and consequently there are like limited number of basic plots in fiction. There are just a basic number of human patterns that can be described, and an archetype is something that you hang on. I mean, you hang your own expression of that archetype on. So if I talk about a particular archetype, and I even describe how it manifests in a woman, for example, in the section on the woman in each chapter, still, what I'm describing is something in general. Every individual woman who identifies with a particular archetype will manifest that particular pattern, in a very individual kind of way. And it's fascinating to see the individual differences, and then yet you could say that each of them can be reduced, in a sense, back to the original pattern. And the idea of the archetype comes from the notion that there exists somewhere a form that everything else that resembles that somehow is patterned after. So Plato talked about somewhere there being an ideal triangle, for example. And so it's something like that. Yes?
Goddess images that we discussed today, which provide a wonderful metaphor for us to understand in our own psyche and the psyche of other women in our lives. I'm wondering just, and I think you've touched on this, but how well developed a set of propositions or hypotheses could we have about relationships between women who may have sisters as mother and daughter, as friends, who may have dominant representations of some of these archetypes in their own psyche. How can you try to develop a set of predictions about the problems they may have and resolutions that might be used?
I think that what adult women seem to do sometimes is to be attracted to friends who live out the archetypal patterns that differ some. It's like if you hypothesize that there is, for want of, say, I'm fairly arbitrarily saying that there's 7 dominant patterns of archetypes. And say that there is a inner impulse towards wholeness, towards experience and knowing the potential that's in each of us. Then once you know one archetype very well, you're not terribly fascinated to meet another woman who's just like you. What you might be fascinated with is someone who is quite different from you, through whom you kind of learn more about that aspect in yourself. And so I see some very rich friendships between women who mirror back not an identical image, but like a mirror image, where what you see is opposite where you are, in a sense. And that because I think that women learn from each other. If you are, say, a woman who tends to be too much into doing things because you're an Artemis or Athene or a Demeter or a Hera, and you're just so busy doing something or other productive, then you might be attracted to an Aphrodite woman or a Hestia woman or a woman with Persephone qualities, because she can teach you something about being, and you can teach her something about doing, and there's something about that may have some spark to it that makes the friendship one in which both people grow. And I think that significant relationships are part of individuating, and that it draws upon or constellates new growth in you. And it's interesting because I think those very differences that make for interesting adult relationships often make for very difficult mother-child relationships. That when you have a mother who is a very different type, then I think there are some real problems. You feel misunderstood. She feels like this is not my daughter somehow. I really expected a different kind of a daughter. I talked to one woman after one of these workshops, and she said, I understand what my problem is now. I had a mother who wanted me to be a Persephone and a father who wanted me to be a son, and I was an Artemis, and neither of them liked me the way I was. And I think that's part of the difficulty, that there are difficulties between mothers and daughters when they are different, that then in later life you appreciate it, but in earlier life it just feels like sort of a missing link in being understood. Yes?
I found myself wanting to rewrite the myth of Paris and the golden apple because it seems so sad. And the social worker instinct to make it right, I was trying to think what he should have done had he been wise. And I think what that means is that I can't imagine not wanting them all to win. They're all valuable. Is it overweening to think that one really would want to have all of them highly developed as much as possible in oneself?
Well, I think that it's like wholeness in general. One moves in that direction, and some people do it more than other people. But still, at any given moment, you can't do everything all at once usually. So there often is a favoring of one over the other, and sometimes, as in phases of life, say that your education career side uses up Artemis or Athene, and it sort of runs out of energy and steam, and then there may be another goddess that, because of the newness of it and the numinosity, in a sense, the charge that something new might have, that you're drawn to a different aspect of yourself. And you don't always choose. Like if Aphrodite comes along and you fall in love with somebody, it's not that you chose to do it. The archetype acted on you to do that. What the human woman can do time and time again is to make a choice, to say yes or no. And in weighing that choice, she then has to sometimes decide. I mean, if Aphrodite causes a woman to fall in love with someone other than the person she's committed to, then there's no way she can live out them both comfortably. She has to figure out something of the choice that she needs to make. Will she be the spouse or will she be the lover? In this day and age, most committed relationships don't allow her to do both. So, but you could do both in different sequentially. See?
I'm interested in pre-Greek myths and how they might fit into this image of, say, Inanna or Ishtar.
The pre-Greek myths, Charlene Spretnak has written The Lost Goddesses of Early Greece, and lately there have been a number of people who have written about, like, Descent of the Goddess, the Inanna, and most of them to me seem like much more powerful versions of earlier, of the Greek goddesses evolved. They came from way back when, say, 25,000 BC to about 3,500 BC, in what was called Old Europe. The tendency was to believe in one great goddess who carried many of the attributes that were then split into the 7 Greek goddesses. So if you go back in time, you get a sense of how historically it emerged. And then you also sometimes get a sense of how, like, Aphrodite might have come from Ishtar. And you begin to appreciate, I think, the power of that particular archetype when you trace its beginnings. And sometimes you can evoke the current, say, representation through an appreciation of the old form. 2 weeks ago, I attended the North-South Jungian analysts meeting, North and South California, rather than Southern California. And Betty Meador, who is a Jungian analyst, has translated the Inanna myth and been working in UC and doing it, and she and about 3 other women analysts enacted the Inanna translation. And it was powerful what the words were, because it's like the ritual that honored Inanna in her sexuality is so blatantly, powerfully sexual and unabashedly unashamed. I mean, it's so different from our attitude of covering up our genitals and being modest and stuff. Back in Inanna's day, they were saying something that Betty translated into the equivalent of holy cunt. And it had a certain shock value, and then it went beyond that to a realization of how the earlier goddesses were respected and considered awesome for the same qualities that modern women are considered cheap and put down for. And Aphrodite as a goddess already was diluted by the Greek goddess times. And so going back tends to say maybe put a person into more of a direct connection with a positive attitude towards a powerful feminine side of that then got squashed.
Are there parallels between the mythology of the Greek goddesses with the mythology of other cultures besides the Western culture?
I keep hearing from people who know other cultures that there are similarities and some variations. I wrote about the culture that I know about, which is Western in education, and I really don't know that much about, say, Japanese mythology and culture. And I can appreciate, though, if you take something like somebody like Aphrodite, who's a Western goddess of love, and you contrast her with the Kuan Yin, who at least I do know something about, who is a goddess of compassion, that somehow the love aspect has gotten less personal and more, it's gone from passion to compassion, and that at least there's a similarity and yet a difference. And I keep getting the impression that goddesses in every woman may inspire people who know other cultures to do something similar. Teresa?
In the male, his anima may carry some goddess qualities.
Oh, that was a question you asked.
And it also, perhaps if it does, perhaps, be attracted to women who constellate that goddess.
Exactly. And I've had men in audiences use the goddess archetypes to describe themselves, too. And say, for example, that the equivalent of that they too have like an Aphrodite side and an Athena side and a Hera side, and they can describe that, therefore say that their Athena side is predominant, that they put more energy into their work and secondarily into their marriage and hardly have any Aphrodite or something like that. So it's a model that some men have been able to see as qualities, because they are qualities that are in both men and women, and use that. But men are when you talk to men and women about the kinds of people they have been attracted to over the years, often what starts to emerge is a type of woman or a type of man, and they tend to resemble one goddess more than another. And that a man who is unconscious in his anima side will then project that anima onto a series of women, and it may be a while before he realizes that his own anima bears something similar to that he's attracted to. Yes?
It's not really a question, but it's an experience that I'd like to relate that I had when I first read the book. As I was reading through it just straight through the first time, I was attracted. You mentioned being attracted to certain goddesses. Particular goddesses. Well, I just want to point that out. What happened was, in fact, I felt a great deal of anger for Persephone, and later on, about 3 or 4 months later, and referring to the book again and other circumstances coming up, realized she was very much a part of me, and I felt that the book was very valuable, and that was seeing that side of things as well.
That's a very good point, because often what you don't like in the archetypes is your shadow side, meaning the undeveloped side or the devalued side. And lo and behold, you discover, and it's especially true for, say, career women who don't think very highly of wishy-washy Persephone, then to find that, in fact, you have been repressing the Persephone that is in you and devaluing it. And in fact, you do have a Persephone that wants to go out and play, or wants other people to make decisions for you, or wants to be passive, or something like that. And it's the temptation to be like Persephone that you keep putting down. And I've found it of value for women to look at the archetype that is least like you and least valued, and consider that that might be a shadow in the shadow aspect, and that you might be unnecessarily judgmental about women who resemble that side of you, and the task may really be to bring it out of the shadow and develop it rather than to put it down. Well, it's been a pleasure to be with you. Thank you.